Moosin'! I saw a flock of moosin'. There are many of them, many much moosin'. Out in the woods, in the woodsin'. The meat's wanting the food. Food is to eatin', is it? The meat's wanting the food and in the wooding, is it? And the food in the wooding, is it? Brian. You're an imbecile. Imbecilin'. What, are you speaking German, Brian? Jermaine Jackson 5, Tito. Brian, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know, really. I think the worst day was the day the science project was due. Waking up that morning, that was fun, huh? Yeah. Your head'd pop off your pillow. Oh, no. That's due today. I had 9 months to work on it. I did nothing. I have a cardboard box. A boxing. And you'd show up, you're scared because you don't have anything good, and you find out all the other kids, their parents made theirs for them. I hated that, you know? They're backing them in on flatbed trucks. One kid with a volcano. He didn't have to zip up his own pants, but he built a volcano. You had to swing that. I don't know what to do for my project, so I brought in a paper cup filled with dirt, just hoping she'd know I'm an idiot and just walk right on past me. Just as long as I was holding something. What do you have there, Brian? It's a cup of dirt. Just put an F on there and let me go. Well, explain it. Well, it's a cup with dirt in it. I call it cup of dirt. You should move on now. You should go ahead and move on. Head on down the line there. So she went to this one kid. There was a kid in my class. He made the same solar system like 19 years in a row, you know? Bunch of styrofoam balls held together with coat hangers. Hey, you're breaking some new ground there, Copernicus. He's going, the big yellow one's the sun. The yellow one is the sun. Okay, all right, what are these other planets? The big yellow one is the sun. All right, calm down. All right!
Wherever you are, whatever the time, it's always golden hour with Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Our high-quality tea leaves are brewed once, just for you, making every sip hit different. Golden hour anytime vibes? Ooh, that's gold. Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Click to start sipping.
Guardians. Let them know we're coming.
Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is now streaming on Disney+.
Let's give them something to remember us by.
I'm Groot.
Bro. Not like that.
Critics agree it's laugh out loud funny, and it only gets better when you watch it again.
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
Seems intuitive.
Oh, please.
The trilogy is now complete. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming only on Disney+.
No matter where you're headed, Citgo is a good place to start. Whether you're off to a campground or a campus tailgate, Club Citgo saves you 3 cents off every gallon every day. Plus 5 cents off on Fridays and 9 cents on Tuesdays once per month. And first-time Club Citgo users get an extra 20 cents off every gallon on their first purchase. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. Download the Club Citgo app today. Savings good up to 30 gallons only at participating locations. Data rates may apply.
I like to get pumped up for shows. A lot of times I listen to music too before a show. I flew into Salt Lake. I'm driving down the interstate down to Provo here. I was like, this weekend's gonna be awesome. I'm getting pumped. I'm listening to some music, right? Like my pump up jams is like, like that. Gonna judge me right off of that there? All right. Yeah. No, I felt that. I don't care. You can't faze me. I know that's ridiculous music, but I love it. I do. It's my pump-up music. I don't know what you listen to, but I'm coming down the interstate. I got the radio pumped. I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Yeah. I'm rocking out to this song for like 3 or 4 minutes till I realized it wasn't even like a club jam. I had just drifted a bit over to that rumble strip. Like, oh, we're good. Sorry about that. Yeah, I thought the rental car had awesome bass. It was the tires. Yeah.
Did some shows in China, all in Chinese, picked it up at the Y. It's not that hard. It wasn't that complicated. You visit some places and you think, all right, there's a language barrier, but I could get by. In China, I was like, oh, if I got lost, I would die here. I wouldn't last a half a day. Everyone's looking at me like I'm a ghost anyway. The Chinese were very nice. They were fascinated with my pale blonde children. Many of them wanted pictures with my kids. They didn't really ask, they just grabbed a kid. Can I have a picture with this one? I guess you're gonna. And when they were done with the picture, they would rub my blonde kid's head, because, you know, they're my kids, but they're also lucky objects. And after this happened a couple times, I was like, hey, we should charge, right? China was fascinating and exhausting. I brought my kids to the Great Wall. We saw the Terracotta Warriors. We walked through the Forbidden City. We rode in a rickshaw. And when we were leaving, I asked my 5-year-old, I said, what was your favorite part of China? And he said, I like that time we saw the truck with the pigs on it. Because at one point, we were stuck in traffic and this truck pulled up and it had pigs in cages. And that was his favorite part. After the 15-hour flight. And I remember when that truck pulled up, because I remember looking at those pigs and feeling sorry for them, but those pigs looked happy. It was almost like the pigs were looking at me and my 5 screaming kids going, well, at least we're not that slob.
I love the craziness of like New York. A lot of homeless people everywhere, that's great. They're everywhere though, like all over the country. They travel really good. And you go by, you ever see homeless, because you see them asleep on the sidewalk, and I always feel bad, but every time I go, a homeless guy is asleep, I always notice they go to bed at a very reasonable hour. Just walk by. You'll be like 9 o'clock, you're like, that guy's gonna get a solid 8 hours. I'm gonna toss and turn, he'll be to work on time, you know? One homeless guy, he asked me for money, and I was like, all right, here. And I gave him money, and he was like, it's good to give money, man. This could happen to you. You could be homeless by tomorrow. And I was like, I don't know about by tomorrow. I was like, I have a lot of friends and family, you know? Like, I have to get rid of all of them in 20... I don't have time to do that. I would have to kill them all, and then I would just go to jail. I still wouldn't even be homeless. So I don't even think I could be homeless, you know? It'd take a long time. Very forced. Maybe that's what his message was. Maybe that was good. I don't know.
Efficient. My dad's always been efficient. There's 5 kids in my family. Even efficient in naming. Joe, Ben, Steve, Nate, Kate. No Braxtons in our family. Very one syllable. But they just liked that simplicity. When we would have ice cream as a family, my dad used to run. Sure, he was very excited. We were all very excited. Ice cream! He'd go into the kitchen and he'd grab 1 spoon. And we would line up oldest to youngest in the kitchen. And my dad would get a big scoop and put it in the oldest's mouth, and then he would go to the back of the line. And then it was the next kid's turn, just like weird little baby birds, just and you'd always hope that you'd get the last scoop. Just special little baby birds. That's how we ate. We're normal.
Jenny says, I think that we should just break up. You know, it's not just this. I mean, you're away a lot of the time. And even when you're here, you work at night and I work in the day. I just don't think it's going to work out. And I said, okay. And we were apart for about 6 months, and I missed her so much, but I kept resisting calling her because I wanted to give her space. And every once in a while, I'd get a glimmer of hope in the form of a text message from Jen, Irish pub, nice. And it would just say, hi. And I'd write back, hi. It was the smallest form of communication two people could have with one another, but I think in some ways kept us together. And finally on New Year's, I caved in and I called her. I said, hey, I really miss you and I want to see you. And we got together for coffee and we hit it off just like we used to, and we decided we would get back together. We had a great period there, you know. I took her to get a license and a passport. First, we went for her social security card, and then we took that to the DMV, and then we mailed all of that to the government for a passport. It was like the triple crown of identifications. Jenny was wildly identifiable, and one night she was heading back from my apartment to hers, and she stops. And I said, what? And she says, I think that we should live together. And I said, I really don't think that's a good idea. You know, I've just decided, you know, as a principle, I'm not gonna get married or live with someone. It's not personal. And she said, well, unless we live together, I just don't think it's gonna work out because we just don't see each other enough, and I don't think that we stand a chance. That's how I feel. So we moved in together.
When I go to the grocery store and I see a guy pushing 30 shopping carts across the parking lot, sometimes I say, you know, somebody else might want to use one of those. Last time I went to the grocery store, I caused a lot of commotion because I tried to buy that thing at the register that separates your food from the other guys. No, I need this. You don't know what it's like where I live. I went into a store and asked the woman if she had anything to put underneath the coasters. I told her my coasters were marking up my tables. The woman started crying. Then I went into another store and asked them if they had any maps that weren't aerial views. That guy was weeping openly. Then I said to him, was the blue the sky or the water? He said, just get out of my store. When I was little, my grandmother said, Stephen, come over here. I said, what do you mean? She said, you know, you're over there. Now come over here. She said, here's $5, and don't tell your mother that I'm giving this to you. I said, it'll cost you more than that. I remember when I was a fetus, I used to sneak out at night when my mother was sleeping. I thought to myself, you know, now's the time I should start stealing some stuff. Now that they don't have any fingerprints.
That crisp, only Gold Peak taste gives golden hour vibes anytime. Our high-quality tea leaves, picked for peak taste, make every sip hit different. It's always golden hour with Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Ooh, that's gold.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Now, welcome to the Haunted Mansion.
Come in.
We have 999 happy haunts.
That's oddly specific.
But there's room for more.
Not today, Satan.
Which offers you this chilling challenge to find a way out.
I'm bona fide and qualified, and I can get rid of what died.
She gets a very solid Yelp score.
Disney's Haunted Mansion. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. Now in theaters.
One time a girl said to me, she goes, is sex the only reason you're with me? Well, that's a misconception. When you're in a relationship, sex is not the only reason I'm with you. It's one of the most important things that makes me not your best friend, but it's not the only reason. I'm with you because I love you. I think you're pretty and you're sweet, and I like being with you. Sex isn't the only reason. There's a lot of reasons. But the bathroom isn't the only reason I bought my house. I'd still be mad if you took it away from me. If I bought my house and half a year later someone ripped my toilet out of the ground and only let me use it once a month, and even then it didn't try really hard, I'd be upset. That sounds like an awful life. You only get to use it once a month, the rest of the time it complains because you try to pee in it. And the problem is with sex drive. That's the thing. You gotta have the same sex drive. You gotta wanna have sex with them as much as they wanna have sex with you. And I say you gotta because you seriously do. You have to. If you don't want to, you gotta address the problem. And a man's sex drive is pretty simple. It's coasting along at a good clip. It stays at the same level. You know what I mean? Sometimes it has a dip. You got the flu, or I would do it on the flu. And you know what I mean? I don't know what it would take, like a surgery, like I'm under, I'm actually not even awake, then maybe not. But even then, they're like, we're gonna put you under. I'd be like, if you can let's just do it while I'm asleep and videotape it. But as a dude, the point is, a guy's sex drive is so easy. It's bam, right there. A woman's sex drive, it goes up and then it goes down, and then at one point, it'll take a dive. I don't know how long you've been with them, or they hit a certain, it takes a dive, and you need to address it before it dives to its, you know what I mean? Because it'll start diving, and then it'll just keep going down. And then it'll hit the ground. And then it'll dig a hole. And then it'll go in that hole. And then it'll bury itself alive. And by that time, there's no sex drive anymore. There isn't one. There's just an oak tree that grows where that sex drive used to be. You're not having sex. Sure, you can go read a book under it in the summer. You got to address it. And there's warning signs. I mean, it's not like, there's warning signs. You know what I mean? You start to talk about sex more than you have sex. Treat it like a discussion instead of an action. It's a doing thing. It's a doing thing. You don't want to talk, oh, I'm tired. I'm too tired. It's an American Idol vote-off night. Do you want me to play with your balls during a Colgate commercial? Yes. All of a sudden, this is one of them. I didn't even know this happened until it happened. The favorite position changes. Like the favorite love-making position. You know what I mean? In the beginning, you talk about it. You're like, hey, what's your favorite position? And the girl will be like, I can't even tell you. I have to show you. I'm out of breath right now. I just lost. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you. That's way better than telling me. I don't even know why I asked. That's a better answer. And then years in the relationship, 5-10 years later, you're like, what's your favorite position, baby? And she'll be like, I like it when you're on top. That's my favorite. Really? That's, Your favorite is you kind of almost napping a little bit? What's your second favorite? You in the living room, me in here with the internet? Serious? I like show me, not tell me. That one's crazier. That one's, me on top's all boring. That show me one sounds, I don't know what that could be. You probably have to dislocate your shoulder like Mel Gibson in A Lethal Weapon. All of them for no reason at all. Then sometimes you'll start negotiating about sex. So, hey, can you have sex? No. What else will you do? Am I buying a used car here? Come on. Trying to get free oil changes for a year out of you? I've done that. I said this one time, what else will you do? And she goes, you mean like a hand job? Yeah, that's what I was wanting. I want a hand job. Then I want to go to the skating rink, tell the 7th graders how cool I am. I'm Tommy Handjob. I brought my own skates. No, I don't want your hand job. Your hand can have the night off. I can't believe you offered it with a straight face. I thought I was the comedian. And you're just like, why would you only do that? Why not say? And I'm not in the mood. I heard that. I'm not in the mood. I don't know what you mean when you're not in the mood. What do you mean? I just don't understand it. Because you're saying I'm not in the mood. You probably go, hey, I'm not in the mood. Stop touching me. But when I hear it, I'm like, I'm not in the mood. Yeah, keep touching me. You're close. Rome wasn't built in a day. So then I keep trying, and I try to pull out unorthodox move. I'll pull out moves that I haven't used since high school. I'll push it against you through my jeans. You know what I mean? Just my boner through my pants. Right there. Just like, hey, if you change your mind, we're here for you. It's not illegal. You can do that in a buffet line. Is that new chicken out? I love new chicken. I can tell.
And people spell their name however they want. It has nothing to do with phonics, nothing. Not sure what phonics is, but I saw the girl that was hooked on it. She's got a problem with it, apparently. Have you seen that commercial? Hooked on phonics, work for me. She was adorable, man. I was thinking, wouldn't that be weird if she was applying what she learned and she couldn't get the commercial straight, you know? Hook it on phonics, working for me. Hook it on phonics, working for me. Okay, cut. You talk to her, man. We ain't gonna move a lot of tapes this way. I'm telling you right now. Anyway, I met this woman. Her name was Amy, you know? So I go, oh, A-M-Y? She goes, no, A-Y-M-I-E. Oh. I have to take a nap. I'm Brian, B-R-I-V-O-L-B-N, the number 7, the letter Q. Look at my name tag. It's big. Something.
My wife hates that joke. And I love her, but not enough to get rid of that joke. I would do anything for my wife. I'm aware of that. But there are people that are more romantic. Prince Edward abdicated his right to the English throne for the woman he loved. Isn't that unbelievable? He was forced to choose between the woman he loved or being King of England, and that idiot chose the broad. Now, I'm sure in that moment it was the right decision, and I'm happily married, but even in the best relationship, each person has thoughts where they go, I've made an enormous mistake. But we never thought I could have been King of England. Do you think Prince Edward really ever got over that? Every time he had to empty the trash, he's like, the King of England doesn't have to empty trash. The King of England can chat with his ex on Facebook. Can you imagine what kind of news event that abdication was in the UK? There must have been, he's gone mad. We should get him to hospital. Jim, your British accent is getting worse. Why wouldn't you take 5 minutes and learn a good accent? It's just lazy. It's just lazy. My wife's pretty amazing. She is better at things, and I'm not ashamed to say that. Like her guilt trip, legendary. My wife is half Catholic, half Jewish, so her guilt trip is like a superpower. I walk in a room, she looks at me, and I feel horrible. And that's called love. We've been together so long, I will get angry about a guilt trip she hasn't even given me yet. I'll be like, I'm gonna watch the football game. She's like, okay. And I'm like, 'cause I want to. I'm always in trouble with my wife because I'm selfish, I'm lazy, insensitive, a bunch of other stuff she rattles on. And I understand being in trouble for stuff I've done, but sometimes I get in trouble for stuff other men have done. Once I got in trouble for something a guy did in a movie. I was watching a movie with my wife, and in the movie there was this married guy with children who left his family for a 20-year-old woman. And I knew in that moment I should sleep on the couch. And the movie ended, and my wife looked at me and she was like, "Why would someone do that?" And I was like, it was in the script. I didn't say that, I just said, "Where do you want me to sleep?"
Where do you start with what the women go through? Ladies, any of you married to a snorer? Who's married to a snorer? Yeah, pretty much everyone here. Ladies, isn't it true you can talk to your husbands about it all you want? They don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean I snore? I think I know if I snored. But they don't know, because some of them snore so loud they wake themselves up. They still don't know. They're like... Honey, wake up. I think there's somebody on the roof. I think they're ripping the shingles off the house. I'm serious. You gonna go check? Now, my wife, she doesn't really snore, but every once in a while she's sleeping, her nostril gets stuck to the inside of her nose. She turns into this party favor. Taxis are pulling up to our house. Sometimes it sounds like a B-52 coming out of the sky. Neighbors are in their pajamas following the bomb shelter. I'll tell you, if she's having a really rough night, get all kinds of noises. My dog thinks we're going outside. Go back to sleep, Sparky. The other night, it was driving me nuts, so I tried to plug it up.
Where to, Virginia? Is it time to visit friends or family you haven't seen in a while? Time to check out the history, the shops, and the restaurants in another Virginia city? Then book now on Amtrak and save 15% on travel to DC and throughout Virginia with Amtrak Virginia Anytime Fares. Learn more at amtrakva.com.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Have you tried Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
This back-to-school season, Downy and Tide are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US and DC, 16 or older. End September 30th. Rules at downy.com/scholarship/official rules.
I was a good athlete. When I was younger, I was a quarterback. I thought I might make it to the pros. A lot of people thought I might make it to the pros, but I blew my knee out when I was in kindergarten. And just had to switch gears, change careers. I remember my first day of kindergarten. I was thinking about it the other day. It's been a long time, but I still remember. Does anybody else remember that? Yeah? You were there? You were at my first day of kindergarten? That's right, you haven't changed a bit. A little bit taller, but... You know what, I remember my mom, she didn't tell me anything. No, I got no... She just said, get in there, they're gonna feed you a little bit later. That's all she told me. I didn't know what was going on. They started teaching the alphabet. I thought they were reading off the menu. A is for apple? No. B is for banana? Not interested. C is for cake? Cake. Cake. D is for dog? What the heck kind of place is this? I don't want to eat dog. E is for elephant? I don't want that either. And I didn't know the answer to the first question. I was kind of scared, and I just sat there quiet. The teacher asked me a question. I just sat there scared, and she came up and started screaming at me. The first day she's going, are you dense? Just tell us, are you dense or what? I said, it's pronounced Dennis. Okay. Get it right. Then at the end of the day, there's an announcement over the loudspeaker that said all pedestrians get to leave 5 minutes early. And the teacher comes up and says, Dennis, you're a pedestrian, aren't you? I said, no, I'm not, I'm a Catholic. But if I can get out 5 minutes early, I'll convert to pedestrianism. I will convert. I didn't like school. I never liked school.
Round of applause, anyone go to Catholic school as a kid? A few people? Oh, there's some people, yeah. You can always tell the people who went to Catholic school as kids because they're atheists. Because they really beat it out of you. You know, you go in with a good attitude and then you're just like, oh man, I wanted to believe. And it's not just the molestations. Don't get me wrong. If it were just one vice, I think we could give them a pass. For me, it was these fundraisers they'd have us do every year. They would, and I'm not exaggerating, they would hand us a cardboard suitcase full of trinkets to sell door to door to strangers. And if we sold enough of them, they would give us a pair of aviator sunglasses. Because that is what third graders need. Sexy eyewear. So the Catholic Church is like my knickknacks pimp, you know, like I would just like carry this suitcase that was like the size of my body up to a stranger's house, and I would be like, hello, I'm from St. Mary's School. Perhaps you would like to buy a Daffy Duck pencil sharpener or a polar bear pot holder. And then people would be like, we're eating dinner right now. And I would be like, it'll just be a minute. And I would just walk into their home. I didn't know any better. You know, I'd just open up shop and be like, perhaps you'd like a desk set organizer or popcorn for a year. And they'd be like, please leave our home. And then I just start stuffing this stuff back in, but it never fit in the way it had originally been placed in. And I'm kind of like scissor holding the whole thing together and sidestepping out, like, I'm so sorry. I'll be out of your way in just a minute. And that is why I am angry at the Catholic Church. Because I didn't get my sunglasses. And I am gonna go back to the Vatican this year, and I am gonna ask for my damn sunglasses, and they are gonna be confused. I went to a Catholic college as well. They wouldn't sell condoms on campus, which was to teach us a lesson to save up for the abortion, because that can be a pricey fix. I mean, come on. Hey, I'm a jokester. Hey, no, obviously I'm kidding about that, but it just seems crazy. You put a bunch of 19-year-olds in a dorm together, they're not gonna be like, well, I guess since we don't have condoms, we'll just play Pictionary. Does anybody have any pogs? I like those pogs. No, they're gonna have sex with each other, because that's what college is for. It's where dorks go to have sex with other dorks. It's like a dork mating service. Yeah. That's where your children are right now.
I have a half-twin. I also have a Siamese stepson. A friend of mine is on the Ouija board of directors. My doctor told me I shouldn't work out anymore until I'm in better shape. I said, all right, don't send me a bill until I pay you. I was in third grade when they told me there was a skeleton inside of me, and it freaked me out. From then on, every Halloween, I went door to door naked. Don't think of the skin, don't think of the skin. That was the same year she asked us if we could be any animal in the world, what animal we want to be, and I raised my hand. I said, a bird, and she said, why, so you could fly? And I said, no, so my shit would be white. The teacher started crying. One of my grandfathers died when he was a little boy. Lately, I've been trying to feel healthier, so I've been eating a lot of vitamins, but I don't know. How many vitamins you have to eat before you feel full? One good thing about it, though, the color of my urine is amazing. It's like going to a laser show. I go in there, I shut the lights off, I put Pink Floyd on. So I called up the airline to make a reservation. They said, how many will be traveling? I said, how do I know? It's your plane. I bought one walkie-talkie. Didn't want anyone to hear what I was saying. I'm addicted to placebos. I could quit, but it wouldn't matter. I'm also part of the Jehovah's Witness Protection Program. You have to go door to door and tell everybody I'm somebody else.
At Catholic University, we have a legacy of academic accomplishment in graduate education. Our top-ranked programs, including nursing and social work, prepare individuals to be of service to others and a light to the world. Pursue your passion and advance your career. Classes start August 28, 2023. Online and on-campus classes available. Tap the banner to learn more about graduate programs at Catholic University.
Live from the DAR Constitution Hall, it's the hilarious duo, Colin Jost and Michael Che. Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update hosts, Colin Jost and Michael Che, are bringing their live comedy show to DAR Constitution Hall on Friday, September 15th. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Act fast. This is a can't-miss show. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Digging season is here. Before you put a shovel in the ground to install that new mailbox or fence, don't forget to contact 811. Contractors, excavators, and homeowners must contact 811 by phone or online before starting any digging project to have underground utility lines marked. Damaging these lines can cause injuries, utility service interruption, property damage, civil penalties, or worse. So dig with care. Contact 811 before you dig. Allow the time required for marking, respect the marks, and then excavate carefully. Learn more at virginianaturalgas.com.
You gotta be careful when you get pregnant now, because you may not even have one. You may not even have one. You may have a lot. Like, people are having a lot at a time. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you're pregnant, and it's a bushel. You're having a bushel. Or a gaggle, or one of the two. People have two babies. I don't even like that. One, I accept that, whatever. Two, that's too many. Two's too many. Twins, it's uncomfortable. Why twins? Why are you making two? You're making two people? The amount of people it takes to make people? That's a lot. When does this end? I don't know what's going on in there for 9 months. What are these twins doing? Just by themselves? Plotting, most likely. That's what I'd say. They have two separate twin sacks? Do they have one umbilical cord with a splitter like you're stealing cable from a neighbor? Can you pinch it off and get a good hit later? You know what I mean? No, turkey burger. I've been on an IV. The twins don't even look alike sometimes. They come out, they look weird, different. It's like, why do you look different? You're made at the same time, with the same people, and the same song playing. You come out looking different? Good luck with that Doublemint commercial. We're twins. One of you's the devil. Back off. If you were making muffins, and you put the muffin pan in the oven, and one of them came out blueberry, and one of them was just some dude named John, you wouldn't just be like, oh, that's how it happens sometimes. That was weird. I don't like it.
We used to love peanut butter. Still do. I saw something in the store the other day that I don't understand. That peanut butter and jelly in the same jar. Is there a point to that? I mean, I'm lazy, but I want to meet the guy that needs that. Some guy going, you know, I could go for a sandwich, but I'm not gonna open 2 jars. I can't be opening and closing all kinds of jars. Cleaning who knows how many knives. If you're that lazy, why not put croutons in there? Get the whole sandwich on a spoon, you know, just scooping it out. Oh, scrumptious. I think I'm gonna have another one. Delectable, as was the first, huh? Or if you don't want to clean the spoon, you put it on a squeeze bottle. Lunch and no cleanup. Can life get better? I submit that it cannot.
You know, as I mentioned earlier, I did some shows in Europe, and I only bring that up to try and impress you. But I flew over, really the only way to get across the Atlantic. You rarely run into someone that's like, you know what, I paddleboard. It was a great arm workout. I flew over. That transatlantic flight wipes people out. People are a mess. They're like, I need a day. I need a day. The flight doesn't sound that hard. It's like, oh, it's brutal. I had to sit and watch 2 movies. I felt like I was being waterboarded. I need a day. It's flying back, 3,000 miles, 7 hours. We landed. The guy sitting next to me was like, that took too long. It used to take 6 weeks.
pouch, and without skipping a beat, he was like, my mom doesn't let me say douchebag, and just kept going. I was like, I get it, buddy. I get it. I say Bim, my man. And I now say juice pouch, turns out. It's way better than the other one that is probably getting edited out on Braxton's show. Sorry about that, Braxton. I didn't mean to. You gotta cut that one out. I would. Juice pouch, though, much friendlier. That's the way to go.
Very sweet. I flew out here on United, because they're giving those tickets away. That guy's a hero. We need to put him on a stamp. Everyone's summer vacation's a little bit cheaper. Thanks to him. Oh, there you go. I flew with last time before this, I flew to Boise. I flew with a buddy of mine. I don't know if you've ever flown with someone like this. We were flying from San Diego to Boise, and before the plane took off, he crossed himself up. You know, he gave him the Father, the Son, the Ghost of Christmas Past. He hit all the corners. But we had a connection in Oakland. We had to get on another plane in Oakland, and as we're taking off, he hits it again. And I looked at him, I go, that doesn't transfer from the first one? You gotta hit it every time. Like, if I was doing it, I would do one big one in the morning. I'd be like, hey, for everything. For whatever may come up. And he goes, no, you gotta do it every time. I'm like, all right, cool, then do it. I'm like, when you're doing it, are you praying for everybody? And he goes, of course. I'm like, you better be. Because that'd be weird, wouldn't it? This plane goes down, everyone's dead and on fire in a cornfield, except for you just sitting there, just... Oh, I should have prayed for everybody. I have made a giant mistake. There's gonna be a lot of questions when the authorities arrive.
Summer is just about over, which means it's time for a vacation. A vacation for your lawn, that is. Summer heat and humidity take a toll on your grass, but aeration and seeding from Virginia Green can help it recover. We use the latest equipment to double core aerate your soil, and a proprietary weed-free seed that produces a healthy green lawn. So this fall, give your lawn a vacation with Virginia Green. Get your free estimate today at virginiagreen.com.
I don't ever wanna go back. Let it go, leave the past in the past. Pick up the pieces, pick up the pattern. Pick up the pieces.
Hey Spotify, this is Jessica Carter Altman and you're listening to Pieces. If you like what you hear, tap on the banner for more and don't forget to follow for more new music.
And move on and move on. Don't matter how.
Prepare for your future in nursing with an online graduate nursing degree from Gonzaga University. Our online programs are designed for working nurses. You do not have to log on at a scheduled time and can access your online classroom 24/7. We offer multiple programs including MSN and DNP with options to become a nurse practitioner. Learn more at gonzaga.edu/gradnursing.
This is the first time I remember thinking, well, this seems dangerous. Maybe I should see a doctor. And then I thought, maybe I'll eat dinner. And I went with dinner for years. Partly because of my fear of doctors based on the incident I explained earlier, and then partly because sleepwalking is a terrifying phenomenon when you think about it, because it's your body making a decision that is different from your conscious mind. Your conscious mind is like, we're gonna rest for a few hours. Your body's like, we're going skiing, you know. And it also involves your brain, and your brain is a terrifying area. You know, the list of fun brain diseases is very short if you're ever surfing WebMD late into the evening. So I didn't want to deal with it, so I didn't see a doctor, but I did buy a book. It was called The Promise of Sleep, and I'll show you this because it was written by a guy named Dr. Dement, which is a very unfortunate name for a man trying to instill calm. I feel like he might have opted for a pseudonym like Dr. Happy Sleep or Dr. Chamomile Tea. Good to meet you. And I'm reading the first few chapters about healthy sleep habits, and he recommends 4 basic tips for healthier sleep, and they all have to do with powering down a few hours before bed, turning off the news and your phone and the internet, and don't eat big meals, which just so happen to be my 4 favorite activities before I go to bed. I'm completely addicted to cable news, and I think it's because they hook you in with questions you couldn't possibly know the answers to. They'll be like, "Pachoo! Do you know what's in your soup?" And I'm like, "Oh my God, I guess I don't know what's in my soup. I gotta stick around. I thought maybe broth, but I wasn't 100%. What is this, a commercial for Toyota? All right, I'll watch this just as long as you tell me what's in my soup." And then they'll be like, "Pachoo, it's broth." I'm like, I knew it was broth, but it wasn't 100%. I'm glad I stuck it out. And they'll be like, "Pachoo, do you know what's in your broth?" I'm like, I can't believe this. How long do I have to watch before they tell me all the answers? But they don't, because they know if you knew all the answers, then you just change the channel. It'd be like, "Pachoo, do you know what your knee bone is connected to?" I'd be like, "Bam, thigh bone. I'm watching Gossip Girl. Oh yeah, I've defeated the news." When I'm not watching the news, I'm often on the internet, which is sad, because the internet is an infinite well of nothing. And when you're there, you're convinced that it's something. It's like getting drunk. You're like, I want to go over here, and then over there, and then over here. And after 4 hours, you're like, I have no idea what just happened. I gotta clear my history. I always have these grand ambitions for the next time I'm gonna be online. Like the next time I'm on the internet, I'm gonna look up healthy recipes and gyms in my neighborhood. And then I go online, I'm like, why don't I Google myself again? You know, and I don't even Google myself anymore. I'm at the next level. I get what's called Google Alerts. That means they email you when you've been mentioned on a blog or a website. Last year I did a show and someone wrote on their blog that they enjoyed the show, but that I personally was pudgy and awkward. I got that as a Google alert. It was like, "Pachoo, you're awkward." I was like, thanks for the heads up, Google. Not feeling great about myself to begin with. I don't have a weight problem, but I have an addiction to pizza, or as Dr. Dement would call it, big meals. My favorite time to eat pizza is actually the moment before I fall asleep. I think that could be a menu item that they market, pizza until you fall asleep. And you call and you order it, and then you lie in bed and you time it so the delivery guy walks in with a pizza shaped like a travel pillow that you wrap around your neck, and then you eat it while you do neck rolls until you fall asleep. So that was an idea I had, and while I was thinking about all that, the other kids read the book. So
I think it's wrong that only one company makes the game Monopoly. modified to fit your television. Can you imagine if it wasn't? All you'd see is like a knuckle.
I have had other jobs besides comedy. I was an office temp for a while. I really missed that. I loved being a temp, because I would just go from office to office and be terrible at a different job for a week. And then you just get to retire like Lou Gehrig. You're like, thank you, no one will ever see me again. And they're like, goodbye. I worked at an office once on 57th Street in New York City. I was there for a couple weeks. I was in a cubicle next to this other cubicle. This woman named Misha sat in the other cubicle. I want to get the number right. I think Misha had about 900,000 photos of her daughter up in her cubicle. Almost like she was trying to solve a conspiracy about her daughter. A Beautiful Mind style. I think about Misha 2 times a week. Because of a phone call she had next to me one day. It was one of my first days, and I was sitting next to her. And her phone rang, and this was her call, and I'm quoting. Her phone rang, and she said, hello, hush! And then she hung up. Think about that 2 times a week. And I didn't know her well enough by then to be like, hey, what kind of a person are you, you know? Who could she have been talking to? Hello, hush! This was a place of business. My only thought was that it was like the CEO of the company being like, Misha, help, I'm doing a crossword puzzle. I need a 4-letter word for be quiet right now. Hush, you're promoted.
Of course, our TVs are now filled up with election stuff. I don't know why anyone would ever want to be the president of the United States. I wouldn't want that job in a million years. Can you imagine being awakened every morning like this? Problems. All kinds of problems. But people are seeking it out. People I've never seen before, behind podiums. And the very first thing they say, I'm already confused. I'm forming a presidential exploratory committee. Oh, are ya? What the hell is that? Is that committee going to come back with information that guy wasn't aware of? Okay, here's what we found out. It's a 4-year job. 4 years? Yeah, and you got to be in charge of everything. Well, I don't want to do that. It's a good thing you sent us out first. We met Lewis and Clark out on our expedition.
Wherever you are, whatever the time, it's always golden hour with Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Our high-quality tea leaves are brewed once, just for you, making every sip hit different. Golden hour anytime vibes? Ooh, that's gold. Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Click to start sipping.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Hi, my name is Jasmine, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is how it gives me a kickstart to my morning. I put honey on the biscuit because it gives you a nice sweet heat. It's the perfect treat.
Hi, my name is Robert, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A Spicy Chicken Biscuit is the chicken. The outside is crispy, the inside is succulent. Once you put it all together, chef's kiss.
Order the Spicy Chicken Biscuit on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Of course, poutine. Oh my gosh, poutine. At this point, are there any Canadian restaurants that don't serve poutine? I picked one up at, what was it? It was a Booster Juice. It's like, yeah, I had the kale poutine smoothie. It was delicious. Poutine. I know some of you pronounce it poutine, but you're still saying poo. I love poutine, and I eat unhealthy, and some would say I built a career out of eating unhealthy. But you know, poutine, it's a little irresponsible. I mean, after all, I don't want to die. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like someone was just trying to make French fries more unhealthy. Well, what if we cover it in everything that causes heart disease? Let's do it. We have free health care. In Edmonton, I had pierogi poutine. Yeah, I had to sign a waiver and everything. It's the first food I had to provide emergency contact for. It was delicious, but do we need pierogi poutine? Has anyone ever eaten poutine and be like, you know what this needs? Carbs. Poutine. It's fascinating. It started in Quebec, right? And now it's everywhere in Canada. But you know, there was probably a part of Canada that was like, wait a minute, we're as a country, we're going with the French fry thing? Not salmon or beaver tail? All right, I guess that's better than syrup. Did you know that poutine in French means Vladimir Putin? I'm just saying.
How many rednecks we have here tonight? There's one right there, I can tell you that. Right? See, that's the problem. A lot of people don't know if they're a redneck or not. So I came up with a test to kind of help you out. Things like, if your richest relative buys a new house and you have to help take the wheels off of it, you might be a redneck. If you've ever had to carry a bucket of paint to the top of a water tower to defend your sister's honor, you might be a redneck. If someone asks to see your ID and you show them your belt buckle, says right there, I'm Ed. Can y'all see that? I'm Ed. If you owe the taxidermist more than your annual income, you might be a redneck. If your mother keeps a spit cup on the ironing board, you might just be a redneck. If your family tree does not fork, you might just be a redneck. That's the reputation we have in the South.
My wife and I, we live in a one-bedroom cottage, and we've been living there for 2 years. But when we first moved in, like the second week we were there, middle of the night, it's like 2 in the morning, there's a noise in the kitchen. I don't know what it was. There arose such a clatter in the kitchen. Something went down in the kitchen. And my wife elbowed me in the ribs and she goes, baby, there was a noise. And you know what you have to do as a man. You have to get up. You have to, possibly get murdered. That's what you have to do. Because you're in love. It's a stupid rule. I don't know who made that rule. It's a dumb rule. I don't know why we both can't lay in bed and call the cops. That sounds safer. Put it on speakerphone. Teamwork. All right, 1, 2, 3. Help! There's a noise. We don't know what it is. But I didn't do that. I got up. 2 in the morning, I got up. I wear contact lenses. Those aren't in, so I can't see. And I'm just like, I got it, baby. And I walk around the bed. And I get to the doorway of our bedroom. And I just go, oh? Oh? That was the noise. You ever wish you could have a redo in life? I'd love to have that one back. Maybe something a little more guttural, like, hello, welcome to Hell House, like something good. But that's what I learned about me. You wake me up at 2 in the morning, I'm very friendly for some reason. Hello? This is a private residence. It ended up being nothing, by the way. My cat made the noise. Jessica was being a cat and made noise. But I told that story to a friend of mine the next day, and he goes, "You should get a gun." And I go, "Yeah, that would have made that a lot better." Just over there. Oh! Who there? Hey, you guys have been lovely. I've been Zoltan Kansas. Thank you very much, everybody.
My parents are like the only people I know who are worse than me with technology. Like, whenever I go home, they're helpless. Like, my dad always wants me to fix his computer, but I don't know anything about computers. I'm just under the age of 100, so he thinks I'm great. He's like, "You're good. You should be a computer programmer." I'm like, "You're bad. You should be a caveman." And my mom is ridiculous. It's a true story. I had her fax me something. She called me up and said, "Could you fax that back? That's my only copy." That actually happened. I don't even know how she thought the machine worked. Like, the paper goes through the air, or it's like the drive-through the bank and it goes through that see-through tubing, and there's fax machine tubing all over the country, and if they see you have a dog, they put a bone in there. I was home for Thanksgiving. My dad's always mad, but it's not about real stuff. He'll be like, "Damn it, I'm eating pretzels." I'm like, "What's the problem? Why is he angry?" I realized recently the reason he's angry is that old people are just angry. Old people are like, "I used to be cool, now I'm shaped like a pumpkin. I'm going to play golf." I was never afraid of my dad growing up. I was always afraid of my friends' dads. Your dad starts going off, you know what he's capable of. You're at your friend's house and his dad starts going off. You're like, "This guy's a wild card. He just kicked the dog. What do you think he's gonna do to us?" I remember the first time I saw my friend get hit by his dad, I couldn't even believe it. I was like, tough break for Sean. 15 minutes later, Sean was beating the crap out of me. I was like, I gotta team up with Sean's dad. At least he's got some moves. But I'm always helping out my parents with their computer, because I know that, like, if I'm not there, my dad's only tech support is my mom. And I can't even imagine what those conversations are like. He's like, "What's a damn printer driver?" And she's like, "I made toasts." It's funny because I go home and my dad still kind of doesn't get that I'm a comedian. Like, he's always like, "You know, this comedy thing might parlay nicely into advertising." You know, I'm like, "No, this is kind of what I do." I was just never the class clown in school. Class clown is always the mean guy who walks in the room and is like, "You're fat, you're gay, I'm out of here," you know. I was always a little fat and a little gay, so...
I met this woman and I really liked her. As soon as I met her, all I could think of, I was wondering if there was such thing as the opposite of restraining order. I liked her because she wasn't normal. She liked to dance really fast to very slow music, which I found very erotic, due to a head injury as a small boy. I was playing jacks way too fast. Her eyes were a little bit too close together, like the headlights on a Jeep. I used to call her AC, almost Cyclops. In her spare time, she liked to waste time. She was a mail-order bridesmaid. She would drink so much she would slur her pauses. She lived in a beautiful house, had cathedral floors. You walk in, you just fall right down into the middle. We went out for about 6 months, then she left. She went back to school in Seattle. She was studying forensic astronomy. She wrote me this beautiful letter, and I read it. In the bottom, I crossed her name off, and I wrote my own name, and I sent it back to her. And I never heard from her ever again. Apparently, she didn't like what she wrote. The reason I'm so laid back is because in high school I smoked a lot of Ritalin. My problem is I was reincarnated without ever having been alive the first time. My nephew has HD ADD, high definition attention deficit disorder. He can barely pay attention, but when he does, it's unbelievably clear. I saw an advertisement for some invisible fences. Thought that'll be perfect for my invisible dogs. I live in Massachusetts. I didn't shovel a driveway once this past winter since I bought the flamethrower. You know, the Earth is bipolar. So I've been emailing my answering machine, which has been sending faxes to my cellular subconscious, which has call waiting, so in case I'm thinking about something else, I can get back to myself later. It's out of control now, don't you think? I heard soon they're gonna have digital numbers. My dog has a website. All it is naked cats.
That crisp, only Gold Peak taste gives golden hour vibes anytime. Our high-quality tea leaves, picked for peak taste, make every sip hit different. It's always golden hour with Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Ooh, that's gold.
When you download the Kroger app, you have easy access to savings every day. Get the most out of weekly sales and receive personalized coupons to save on your favorite items, all while earning 1 fuel point for every $1 spent. Kroger makes it easy to save while you shop, whether it's in-store or online, so you get the most value out of every trip, every time. Download the Kroger app now to save big on your next purchase. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Must have a digital account to redeem offers. Restrictions may apply. See site for details.
Is the Peloton bike even worth it? Isn't it just a bike?
Just a bike with low-impact rides for chill people to chill with 5 and 10-minute cooldowns for cool people to be cool with, and scenic rides for vibey people to vibe with. It's just a bike with a 30-day home trial so you can see if you're any one of those people. Try a Peloton Bike or Bike Plus at home for 30 days, and if it's not for you, return it for a full refund. First-time Bike and Bike Plus purchasers only. 1 trial per household. Upfront payment required. Full terms at onepeloton.com/home-trial.
Yeah, I want to stay single for a while. I don't want to have kids right away. People have kids like way too fast. That is too much to deal with. No, when I do have kids though, I hope they come out British. Dude, how sweet would that be? Little British kids, you ever see them in the movies? So excited, everything they say sounds cool. They're like, hello, hello, I love you, daddy. I love you too, British kid. All right, nice. So fun. You can't be mad at your British kid. It's impossible. You have a regular kid, he's like, Dad, I wet my pants. You're like, shit. You have a British kid, he's like, Daddy, I went wee-wee in me britches. Like, what? That is awesome, British kid. Way to go, buddy. Way to go. Cheerio. Yeah, Cheerios. I love that cereal. Cheerios.
Although I like the Daredevil thing, you know. I used to enjoy watching Evel Knievel, and I feel bad for him now. He's a little older, he doesn't jump, but he always does these talk shows, and every time he does one, they want to show him that footage where he fell off the motorcycle and bounced around like 83 times. That's what they show him. Hey, do you remember that day, Evel? Oh, no, I don't remember. And they always ask him what he was thinking right before he hit the ground. What kind of question is that? What were you thinking right before you hit the ground, Evel? What were you thinking? I remember thinking, hey, did I turn off the iron? Then my leg cracked in half. Then I was thinking, hey, maybe I should get a puppy. What do you think I was thinking? I was thinking, ah! Ah! Something like that, if I remember right. Let me go back. Yeah. Ah! I believe those are my thoughts. I hope I've crystallized them for you.
It's great to be here in New Brunswick. I can connect with my Acadian roots. Today I had poutine râpé. I had some poutine râpé. And it was, it tasted a little bit like there was a flavor expulsion too. He's my... No, I have not eaten many mashed potato baseballs. But that was my least favorite of them. But it is so fascinating, the Acadian culture, such a proud, interesting tradition. You know, I also, I tried some dulse, which was great chewing tobacco. And I was like, oh, this is probably gonna taste like seaweed. And it was worse. This guy's he's a jerk. Moncton's a great city. When I was in St. John yesterday, I saw the reversing falls. I was like, wow. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, I wasn't expecting much. You know what I mean? It's not like I wasn't expecting that movie Avatar, but I didn't think it would be less impressive than a toilet flushing. This guy is a jerk. He's a jerk who's done research. I was invited to go sliding, which was exciting. I turned them down because I'm an adult. And I call it sledding. Sliding, for me, is something you do on accident, or what a drunk person would call sledding. You want to go through sliding, slipping? You want to get injured? Do you want to get injured? You guys call sliding? You call sledding sliding, but you slide on a sled. But you sled on a skidoo. All right, okay, sure. And the Americans are weird. Okay.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome to the stage. You've seen him on Jay Leno. You've seen him on Jimmy Kimmel. You've seen him all over the television. I want you to stand up and put your hands together for Michael Jr.
much. Well, why y'all stop clapping? I don't understand what this. I'm just glad it's fun. So we're gonna have some fun. My name is Michael Jr. I'm gonna do some jokes. But they're not gonna start right away though. I just wanna point that out. So, cause for me, comedy is like, it's like dating somebody that you really, really like, you know? And I don't wanna rush this, you know? I used to do that. I used to come up on stage, I would do a joke right away, jump right in, you know, but I got hurt, man, so, you know. And let's be honest, right? I'm sure you've seen a lot of comedians in your day. You know, I know I've had my share of audiences, you know? But it didn't last. So I want this to be different, so.
You know, sometimes the teachers would say this, they'd say, there's no such thing as a stupid question. I liked it when they said, you know what I would do when they said that? I would raise my hand. Yes, Mrs. Baxter, is it possible for a 12-year-old boy to get pregnant from reading comic books? No? Oh, okay, I got some misinformation from my older brother. College was different though, and the college professors, they never said there was no such thing as a stupid question. You know why? Because they knew better than that. You don't get to be a college professor and still hold the belief there's no such thing as a stupid question, you know? So in college, I needed a different strategy, a different tactic, because I didn't want to study or do the assignments or anything like that. So I'd come up with smart questions that would make me sound smart to the teachers, you know, so when they were given the grades, they might think, hey. So I'd be like, yes, Professor, after perusing the copious reading assignments which you ungrudgingly designate as compulsory, it has become abundantly clear to me that the incipient, and might I say pandemic rise of quantitative easing in the post-holographic arena spawns a situation and, in fact, a conundrum in which the widespread growth of existential and even dystopian paradigms will threaten to dominate the landscape for the foreseeable future. Now, having said that, how would you therefore postulate a quid pro quo complexification from a nihilistic standpoint? And being broadly contemporaneous, would that postulation even be germane to the philosophical dogma of the period? And secondly, because this is really a two-part question.
So Abby and I start planning our wedding, and this goes on for months and months of very specific things, locations and dresses and flowers, and I know this isn't gonna happen, and my breathing gets worse, and my sleepwalking gets worse, and Abby can sense it, and one night she just doesn't come home. We were supposed to meet up for dinner at 8, and it's 9 and 10, and she's not picking up her phone. It's 11 and 12, and I'm frantically calling everyone we know, and no one knows where she is. And it's 1 and 2, and I just start wandering the streets of our neighborhood aimlessly, hoping that I'll find her. And at 3:20, she walks in the door, and she's crying, and she's drunk. And I say, Abby, where were you? You have to call. And she said, if you're not gonna marry me, then I have to figure something else out. A few weeks later, I moved out, and it was for the best. You know, she met someone else, and they're still together today, and I met someone else, and we're still together today. But the biggest difference was that my new girlfriend was not okay with the jackal. I was like, there's a jackal in the room! She said, there's no jackal, and you have to see a doctor! And I said, I will, but right now, I'm really busy. That's always been my excuse in my life when I don't want to deal with something. I point out how busy I am. In my mind, it makes perfect sense. I'm like, this person doesn't realize how busy I am. If they knew how busy I was, of course they wouldn't want me to see a doctor. One night we fall asleep watching the movie Fight Club. You can see where this is going. If you haven't seen the film, there's a scene where Edward Norton's hand is held down by Brad Pitt, and Brad Pitt is gonna pour acid on his hand, and I had a dream that that was my hand. And I pulled it out of the way and I sprinted out of our bedroom and I sprinted out of our apartment. I even threw a chest of drawers in my wake like in an action film because I knew Brad Pitt is very cunning. And I sprint down the hall and I hit the elevator button. My girlfriend runs out and she goes, "Michael, you're dreaming!" And I was like, "Brad Pitt!" "I am so sorry." And she said, "You have to see a doctor." And I said, "I will." And I didn't. But I continued to read The Promise of Sleep. I skipped ahead to a chapter on sleep disorders. There are 78 known sleep disorders, things that range from sleep apnea to night terrors to narcolepsy. Narcolepsy is terrifying because there are people who fall asleep at any time for any reason. There are female narcoleptics who fall asleep the moment they reach orgasm. I was thinking you could call these women men. And I find a disorder called REM behavior disorder, where people have a dopamine deficiency. That's the chemical that's released from your brain into your body when you fall asleep that paralyzes your body so that you don't do what's in your brain. People who have this are commonly running away from some kind of demon or wild animal or jackal. And people who have this in rare instances have been known to kill the person they're in bed with while remaining asleep. I know. So in other words, a guy would have a dream that there's a burglar at the door and he would take a bat and he would beat the burglar to death and he would wake up and it's not a burglar, it's his wife and she's dead. And I read this and I thought, maybe this is what I have. And I still didn't see a doctor.
Wherever you are, whatever the time, it's always golden hour with Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Our high-quality tea leaves are brewed once, just for you, making every sip hit different. Golden hour anytime vibes? Ooh, that's gold. Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Click to start sipping.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At Kroger, you can find the highest quality products at a great price in every aisle, every day with Kroger brand. So you can stock up on your household favorites that are tried, tested, and loved by you. Because when you get the products you love at great prices, it feels like winning. Shop now, in-store, or online. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Simply the best. Better than all the rest.
Next week, I'm going to have an MRI to find out whether or not I have claustrophobia. In school, they told me practice makes perfect, and they told me nobody's perfect, so then I stopped practicing. Here's some of my answers to some everyday questions. Excuse me, sir, do you know what time it is? No, I'm not from around here. Excuse me, do you know where the train station is? Probably near the tracks. Sometimes when I'm over someone's house and no one's in the kitchen, I like to write things on that to-do list they have on the refrigerator. Memorize distances to all other planets. Adopt baby, then sell on black market. You ever notice when a house burns down, the only thing left standing is the fireplace in the chimney? How's that for evidence? I bought a new camera. It's very advanced. You don't even need it. Why are the pictures square if the lens is round? I bought a new phone. The first thing I did was push redial. The phone started having a nervous breakdown. The phone was twitching like this. I don't have this information. I bought an iPod. It can either hold 5,000 songs or one telephone message from my mother. They say you're not supposed to put metal in a microwave oven. They're right. I'm missing a wall in my kitchen. Today I was talking to myself. I was very polite and cordial, but I could tell I was lying. Under my breath, I said, "You're full of shit." Then I said, "What?" Then I said, "Nothing." You know, if heat rises, heaven might be hotter than hell. I'm thinking on buying a plasma television in case I need a blood transfusion. That way I can mainline 150 channels right into my arm. That way they can do my autopsy via satellite. I have a CD burner, my fireplace. A friend of mine is a pilot. We were going to go somewhere in his car, and for absolutely no reason, he waited 45 minutes before he backed out of his driveway. I have another pair of pants just like these, except they're red with green stripes and they're shorts. Last night I was in a restaurant called Bulimians. The line for the bathroom was incredible.
It's fun to be married. I've never been supervised before. I'm supervised. She studies what I do, like an anthropologist. She'll be like, sometimes he will watch a movie on TV, even though he already owns that movie on DVD. Pointing this out to him confuses and upsets him. I had no supervision when I was a kid. We were free to do what we wanted, but also with that, no one cared about kids. I grew up before children were special. I did, very early 80s, right before children became special. Like, I remember when milk carton kids became a thing. When they were like, hey, we should start looking for some of these guys. I don't think they're just blowing off steam. No one cared about my opinion when I was a little kid. No one cared what I thought. Sometimes people would say, what do you think you're doing? But that just meant stop. They didn't actually want to know my thought process. They didn't want me to be like, well, I was gonna put this bottle rocket into this carton of eggs so that when I lit off the bottle rocket, the eggs would explode everywhere. Oh, well, that's very interesting. And what brought you to this experiment? Oh, well, thank you for asking. Well, you know how I'm filled with rage? I'm so horny and angry all the time, and I have no outlet for it, so eggs.
I watch a lot of television. Too much. Did you ever watch those monster truck pulls on TV? My favorite part is not the race. I like when they interview the driver when the race is over. They always talk about their engine, like you know what the hell they're talking about, you know? Hey, what were you thinking during that last run, Earl? You know, it was going pretty good. About halfway through, the flap coil valve burner started smoking. The hydro pin springer spurting off the manifold drive. And if I didn't overflood the drive, got some of that last power line, trying to unplate that hydro coil. And if I could do that, I was going to have to shut her down. Man, what the hell are you talking about? Like you're following him at home. The hydro pin, well, sure, you had to shut her down. What options did you have, Earl? None! I'm jealous of those guys. I know nothing about cars. If my car breaks down, I have to make the noises my car's making for the mechanics. And you know they know you have to do that because there's always like 5 of them hanging around waiting for a show, you know? They're just standing there, hey, here he comes. What's the matter with your car, man? I don't know, you know? If you could take a look at it, come on, what's the matter with it? Tell us. So you gotta stand there while it's going. Can you fix that? I don't know, I just clean up air. Harry! You're gonna have to talk to Harry.
Yeah, I like doing movies. Movies are fun. I'm a big movie fan. I like movie previews. You like those before the movie? I like them, but I also hate them because they show so many previews that like I forget what movie I'm there to see. Does that ever happen to you? And then when I remember, I don't want to see that movie anymore. I want to see one of the 10 awesome previews I just saw before the movie. I always thought it'd be funny though if they showed a movie preview and then had a title at the end of it that had nothing to do with the preview, just to mess with the audience. Like a really serious preview and then title at the end, nothing to do with it. So they come on like, coming this fall, the story of a family. Brutally torn apart, the father killed in a horrible accident. The mother forced to raise 8 children on her own. In a cruel world, all they have is each other. Coming this fall from the producers of Fried Green Tomatoes. And the director of Cast Away comes Shit Factory. People are like, what? That movie's called Shit Factory? Did you just see that? Shit Factory. What is a shit factory? Did the dad work at a shit factory? They just wouldn't know what to think of that. I just think that'd be funny. I use other titles with that joke. I use gay boobs. I just think that's funny. Gay boobs. What? That movie's called Gay Boobs? What does that mean? Or I'll use Diarrhea Island. That's my favorite one. Diarrhea Island. What? That movie's called Diarrhea Island? I don't know.
Wherever you are, whatever the time, it's always golden hour with Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Our high-quality tea leaves are brewed once, just for you, making every sip hit different. Golden hour anytime vibes? Ooh, that's gold. Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Click to start sipping.
Wendy's is open till midnight or later, so you can give in to the craving and go night mode. Now all of your favorite menu items just got their bedtime extended. You can get what you want even later, like the Baconator with 6 strips of bacon, or the perfect fries and frosty duo. If you're up later, then so are we. So go ahead and pull through the drive-thru. When the craving hits, go night mode at Wendy's. Open till midnight or later. All right, see ya later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary.
Power Trip in California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands. Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, and Tool. History in the making. Witness the lineup of a lifetime as they take the stage on the iconic Empire Polo Club for 1 weekend only. October 6th, 7th, and 8th. Where will you be? The first 1,000 Spotify orders will receive a free patch.
Watch this, watch this. Knock, knock. See, this is like a really diverse audience. White people are like, who's there? Black people are like, go to the side door. We do a lot of things different. A lot of things. Two white guys walking down the street right toward one another. You make eye contact. You don't really want to speak, so you make some sort of gesture. What's that gesture? Exactly. You smile. Tilt your head down. Brothers, we do just the opposite. We frown. Tilt our head up. My boy back in Michigan, his parents are interracial. He don't know what to do.
I tried the subway diet because I'm on the road 35, 40 weeks a year, and there's a subway everywhere. And Subway's pretty good, but that Jared guy, he went every day for a year. Were you stalking a girl behind the counter? I tried it. I went every day for a month. Every day, I went to Subway. After about 2 weeks, the alarm clock would ring, and I'd go, oh God, I wonder what I'm gonna have for lunch today. Jeez. I'd be doing this in line. You just, I'm all right. After a month, I lost weight. I also lost my will to live. I burnt out on Subway. I'd still go to Subway. If I was starving in the desert and I saw a Subway, I'd go, wow. Well, let's walk a little further and we can come back if we have
I wish I were better at drinking, because I love sex. Which is weird, because I usually only love things I'm good at. Like badminton and drinking hot chocolate. I was always afraid of sex in high school, you know? Because the levels of experience are so lopsided. Like, I remember I was banging out with this girl, and she whispered in my ear, rape me. And I didn't even know what to do, because I hadn't even had sex regular. I wasn't really ready for the ropes course, you know? And I was thinking, if I had done it, it would have been the lightest rape of her life. Like, I'd have to disclaim it. Like, I'm letting you off easy this time. But sex is weird, you know, it's like tennis. Like, you need to find someone of your own ability. Because if they're better than you, it's awkward. It's like they're wailing the ball at you, and you're like, I'm not getting anything over here! Do you like an underhand serve or a lob? You've taken a lot of lessons. Aren't you worried about tennis elbow? Some people are very confident about sex. They videotape themselves, which I've never understood. After I have sex, all I can think is at least no one saw it. That's why I get so uncomfortable when I watch this show. There's this show, Real Sex, on HBO. It's like this documentary sex show. It's like these unwieldy middle-aged couples like masturbating in a circle in a mountain somewhere. And I just know in 5 years from now, they're gonna come to their senses and be like, I wasn't masturbating on television, was I? Oh no! I didn't high-five penises with the instructor, did I? Oh dear God! It's but porn is like huge. It's like it is a bigger industry than I'd ever imagined. Like I'll be traveling around the country driving in the middle of nowhere. There's no food or gas. There's no food or gas, but there's billboards that are like, pull over, we got porn. And there's so many, there's actually billboards next to those that are anti-porn. I saw one, it said porn destroys lives. For a split second, I thought that was a specific type of porn. Like I go in and be like, do you guys have that porn that destroys lives? It's kind of my thing, you know, it seemed interesting. They're having everybody has watched porn at this point. Even the panda bears are watching porn. At the zoo here, at the National Zoo, you know that they're having a hard time getting the pandas to mate because the male pandas like eating more than they like mating, which I can understand. If I were a panda and I have sex with another panda, I wouldn't be that excited either. I'd be like, oh great, she looks exactly like me. Can I get a bamboo sandwich or something? So what they're doing is they're showing the pandas porn to get them to mate. And I want to know, is it panda porn? Or is it human porn? Or is it humans dressed like panda porn? Which is some kinky panda porn that I might be interested in if it destroys lives. If it's human porn and I were a panda bear, I'd be like, yeah, I'll have sex with her. I'm sure I'm gonna her. And if it's panda porn, how think those pandas have sex with each other in the movie? Let's get that director on board. And that lead panda actor, the John Holmes of pandas, he's like, I do all the panda hoes, black, white, black and white. But I feel bad for these pandas, you know, because they poop up to 135 times a day. That's got to be hard to have a serious conversation. You're like, honey, we need to talk. Oh my God. Go behind a tree or something. I know we're bears, but come on. Oh, there goes me. Sorry about that. I love going to the zoo, you know? I love it, man. They have zoos everywhere, though. They have zoos in places they shouldn't even have zoos. I went to a small town called Erie, Pennsylvania, and they had a zoo, but it was just like the guy in town with the most animals. He was like, these are the penguins. I was like, that's a dog. And this is the hammerhead shark. That's a half a can of tuna fish. And the dog just ate it. Half of your zoo is gone.
This is a song I wrote when I was 3. Oh, I think the kitten's trying to kill me. I better kill him first. Good thing Mommy's sleeping. Where are the big scissors? Here, kitty, here, kitty, here, kitty. We're gonna play a different funny kind of game. Nothing's ever gonna be the same.
So that's why you can't give to charity. I'm kidding. I like to throw in I'm kidding at the ends of jokes now, in case the jokes are ever played in court. You ever heard a joke played in court? Never goes well. They're like, and that's why you shouldn't give to charity. Is that something you find funny, Mr. Mulaney?
At the time,
I found out recently that jokes don't do well in court. So, some friends of mine were sued in college for property damage, and they were guilty. And the lawsuit dragged on for years and years. And eventually, I got a call when I was 28 years old, and it was my friend from college. He said, hey, that lawsuit with my neighbor is still dragging on, and my neighbor just subpoenaed all my emails from college that mention him or the lawsuit. And I said, well, that's crazy, but why are you calling me? And he said, because you should be concerned. Said, I have an email here from junior year where I wrote, hey guys, I'm gonna miss practice tonight because I have to meet with my neighbor about that lawsuit thing. And you replied, hey, do you want me to kill that guy for you? Because it sounds like he sucks, and I will totally kill that guy for you. Okay, see you at improv practice. Of all the sentences in that email I would be ashamed to have read out loud in a court of law, I think the top one is see you at improv practice.
Wherever you are, whatever the time, it's always golden hour with Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Our high-quality tea leaves are brewed once, just for you, making every sip hit different. Golden hour anytime vibes? Ooh, that's gold. Gold Peak Real Brewed Tea. Click to start sipping.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana will drive you happy.
There are more identity threats than you realize. Even if you monitor your credit, only a little personal info needs to leak out, like your social security number or password.
For you to become a victim.
LifeLock alerts you to threats you could miss. If your identity is stolen, a dedicated US-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions, but everyone can save up to 25% off their first year. Go to lifelock.com/Spotify.
I saw this documentary recently on whales. This guy has dedicated his life to telling you what the whales are saying. Wow. I don't know how you'd argue with him when he turns in his report. And he just throws it down there. Well, here's what the whales are saying. Okay, thanks, Charlie. He's looking back. Here's what the whales are saying. Yeah, Charlie figured it out. They show how he does it. He's out on a ship, he's got a pencil, and he deciphers the whale noises as he hears them. You know, he'll hear like, you know, he's like, oh, oh, he's lonely. No, you're lonely. I'd like to do that for like 2 weeks and then turn around and find out that the door's squeaking behind you.
I'm still scared of turbulence when I fly. I fly all the time, but I've never gotten used to that. I'm still the guy just going, like I'm that guy. Terrified. I hate it when I sit next to someone that won't acknowledge the turbulence. I was on this one flight, I had the window seat. The guy in the middle, he was reading a book, but it was too turbulent to be reading. But he wouldn't let it go. He's just sitting there like this, just... And I'm over here terrified. And there was one of those big drops, you know, every once in a while there's a big drop, and his book went down, and he just popped it back up and went right back to reading. And I was like, will you please acknowledge that our butts just dropped 1,000 feet? Just give me a wink and a nod, like, yes, this is terrifying. Just something. I do this, you can try this too. I've done this to cope with the being afraid of the turbulence. I do this reverse psychology thing. So now when I'm in a plane and it gets choppy, in my head I go, yeah, take it down. Let's do it. Let's put it in the ground. Let's see what you got. And then when it doesn't crash, I go, that's what I thought. That way I felt like I was in charge. I kept that plane in the air. Oh, it's so friendly. I love it.
I love Spain. It's a little louder here, a little noisier. It's very loud. And I'm an American. I come from New York City. I have 5 young children, and it's quieter there. It's like, I don't know if this entire country is filled with deaf people, but I see you sit across from each other and yell at each other. I'm like, settle down, everyone. Settle down. Apparently because of the noise, the news that smoking is bad for you hasn't come up here. Maybe someone should yell that out. I feel like you guys are smoking like it's actually good for you. You're like, yeah, you work out, I'm smoking. Woo, woo. Nailing it.
Some things haven't changed, and you have to learn to accept. Closet vision. My wife has had closet vision for the entire 20 years of our marriage. She does nothing to try to get rid of it. Maybe some of you understand this. We'll have a date to go out. She goes through the same ritual every time. She gets in the shower, she gets out of the shower. She wraps herself in a towel, she stands in front of her mirror, does her hair, does her makeup. And she goes to her closet, and she goes blind for an hour. Telling you, Jeff, there's nothing to wear in here. Every now and then she'll come out of the closet holding something. What do you think of that? I think that's beautiful. Oh, you're just saying that. You're right, you caught me again. Just wanted to get to the restaurant before they changed management one more time. It's amazing how quick her vision comes back once she's dressed. Because that's when she'll look over at me and go, ooh, you're not wearing those clothes out, are you? These are my practice clothes. Only had them on for the last hour and a half. Went out of style while I was waiting for you to get dressed.
Everything was slower back in the old days because they didn't have enough to do, so they had to slow things down to fill the time. I don't know if you read history, but back then people would wake up and go, oh God, it's the old times. Oh shit, I gotta wear all those layers. There's no Zyrtec or nothing. Okay, we gotta think of some weird, slow activities to fill the day. And they did. Have you ever seen like old film from the past? Of people just like waving at a ship? Like, what if I called you now to do that? Hey, what are you doing Monday at 10 a.m.? All right, there's a Norwegian cruise line leaving from Martinique. Here's my plan. You and me get very dressed up, including hats, and then we wave handkerchiefs at it till it disappears over the horizon. No, I don't know anyone on the ship.
All right, well, this has been great fun, you guys. I'm glad you guys came. I really appreciate people coming out when they come here. It's really nice when I do a show and people come on purpose. It's a really good feeling. I'll be out there if you want to come by and say hello. I'll be out there in the lobby, and I have a CD available, and I hope that one of you will buy it and the rest of you have a computer. Also, I write something online. It's a little travelogue I write. It's called My Secret Public Journal, and you can subscribe to it online. It's a fun read, and it's on my website. It's just type in MikeBirbiglia.com. Good luck with that. Thanks for coming to my show and listening to me talk about panda bears and brown bears and puffins. I hope you learned some important life lessons like porn destroys lives and what I should have said was nothing. I hope you brought your cameras and you'll go home and poop the pictures and you'll tell your friends about the show and you'll say, have you seen this guy Birbigglebug? And they'll say, no, but I heard about him. I want you to tell all your cracker-ass white bread honkies and black bean soups and Asian chicken platters that you're dying inside because it's 2005 mofo. I think Abraham Lincoln said that. Thanks a lot, Washington, D.C. I really appreciate it. It's really nice of you.
One more time for Mike Birbiglia, everybody.
I watch people in my comedy. That's what I do. I notice when I move to Los Angeles, I notice everybody there drinks bottled water. I'm not paying for no water. It's free. And they try to tell me the California tap water is bad for you. I've been drinking the tap water since I moved there. I haven't noticed any problems with me. Not to mention, I've been drinking the tap water since I moved there. I haven't noticed any problems with me. Hey, don't even work on that joke right there. Just let it go. Just let it go.
I said I was trying earlier. I think I can be honest with you. We both know I'm not trying. Like at all. And that's how you look like this, by not trying every day. Like today I went to McDonald's. Twice. First time was on purpose. I think the second was just a combination of road hypnosis and muscle memory. Twice in the same day, that's nothing. Try going twice in the same shift. That's an experience right there. You pull up to the menu, order your food, they say pull around, and you do because you're hungry and obedient. And you get to the window and you see that same person recognize you from earlier and just start questioning everything. And you're like, am I stuck in a time loop? Or is this just the saddest man on the planet? No, being the regular at a diner or a cafe, that's cool. You stroll in, they treat you like part of the family. Being the regular at an Arby's is way less glamorous. You walk in, they're like, oh, him again. Better fire up the second fryer. Need to get more curly fries out of the freezer. Stat!
My kids were with me. In Amsterdam, I brought my kids to the Anne Frank house. I told some friends that, and they're like, aren't your kids a little young for the Anne Frank house? And you know what I learned? They are. They're too young. But I wanted to bring them. You know, it's an important place. I want them to learn. So I brought them. We were standing outside the Anne Frank house, and I said, this is a special, somber place. This is where Anne Frank, her family, and some friends hid from the Nazis for 2 years, and they couldn't speak during the day. And Anne also wrote this diary, so let's be respectful. My 6-year-old raised his hand, and he goes, do they have video games here? And I said, I'm going to need you to be quiet for the rest of your life. Bought tickets online to the Anne Frank house. I Googled it. The Anne Frank house has a Google rating of 4.4 out of 5 stars. Who's giving the Anne Frank house a bad review? It's like, yeah, wasn't that fun? It's kind of crowded, and there were no video games. Why do we feel the need to review everything? Nobody's going to Anne Frank's house looking for hot dogs. I misread it. I thought it was Anne Frank's house. I was getting ready to have me an Amsterdam dog.
Gentlemen, we want it all. We want to discover new music and listen to the same 3 songs. We want to live off the land and eat spray cheese from a can. We want to get away from it all and be a comfortable walking distance from fast casual chain restaurants. Sadly, we can't have it all. Unless we're at Sport Clips Haircuts, where we check in with the pros in men's hair and totally check out with sports watching, shampoo, massaging, relaxation. Sport Clips. It's a game changer.
Live from the DAR Constitution Hall, it's the hilarious duo, Colin Jost and Michael Che. Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update hosts, Colin Jost and Michael Che, are bringing their live comedy show to DAR Constitution Hall on Friday, September 15th. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Act fast. This is a can't-miss show. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jeff Allen.
Thank you. It is nice to be home. I was in Arizona the past week. By the way, this is not the time of year to go to Arizona. You certainly don't want to fall for that dry heat stuff they give you. Doesn't feel 118, now it feels 225, trust me. I was over in Sun City, the retirement community. I don't know if anybody's been there, but the seniors drive golf carts and everything, licensed by the state. I only mention it because I saw one overturned in a ditch. Some of you are as sick as I am because that was my reaction to that tragedy. Come on, man, someone lost control of a golf cart. What point do you voluntarily give up your driver's license? Just walk in, I quit, can't even drive a car. How'd you like get the black box back from that accident? The pedal's stuck, I'm doing 11, no, 12. I'm up to 14, I can't hang on. Tell the wife I love her. That'd be great for the cops, they can just kind of run next to it. Come on, Pops, pull it over. Where you going? Got you doing a 9 and a 6, what's the rush? Come on.
It's crazy. I love having kids, so it takes you back. You know, I'm playing blocks, I'm playing trains. I was reading an ABC book the other day with my kid, and I can't stress this enough. Just an ABC book. I know there's a lot of books out there with fun pictures and themes and creativity. This was like just ABC. I got to the end of the book, and they had listed an author. Yeah, no, that struck me as odd as well. Like I said, I know there's a lot of like fun books out there. This was like A, B, C, and then a dude was like, I wrote that. Yeah, wow, exactly. I don't know anything about literature and publishing rights, but that's gotta be plagiarism. I'm pretty sure you can't claim you wrote the alphabet. The audacity of this guy. He's walking around telling people he's an author. You didn't author anything, you picked a font. This guy. What do you do for a living, Doug? Oh, I'm an author. Oh, really? What do you do? You write children's books? Yeah. Would I be familiar with your work? Yeah, possibly. The alphabet. Have you read it or just maybe sung the song? I don't know. I think the book's better.
Efficient. My dad's always been efficient. There's 5 kids in my family. Even efficient in naming. Joe, Ben, Steve, Nate, Kate. No Braxtons in our family. Very one syllable. But they just liked that simplicity. When we would have ice cream as a family, my dad used to run. Sure, he was very excited. We were all very excited. Ice cream! He'd go into the kitchen and he'd grab 1 spoon. And we would line up oldest to youngest in the kitchen. My dad would get a big scoop and put it in the oldest's mouth, and then he would go to the back of the line. And then it was the next kid's turn, just like weird little baby birds, just and you'd always hope that you'd get the last scoop. Just special little baby birds. That's how we ate. We're normal.
I don't mean to sound down on donating,
It's good to give to charities, you know. My wife and I just gave a bunch of stuff to the Goodwill. We were moving apartments, we had a bunch of clothes and furniture, so we made a whole day out of it. We made these big piles of clothes, then we put the piles into these big boxes, then we put the boxes into the back of my car, and then they stayed there for 4 months. And then one day my wife said, hey, you took that stuff to Goodwill, right? And I said, of course I did. On an unrelated note, I'm gonna walk out the front door right now. So then I had to speed to Goodwill really fast. So it was charitable, but it was also fast and violent because I was throwing boxes at people. The boxes were so heavy I couldn't even say what was in them. I was like, this one's shirts. I got a bunch of shirts. Take it away! The guy tried to give me a big receipt. He's like, take this receipt for the clothing for your taxes. I was like, how do I write that on my taxes? Dear IRS, please deduct from my federal income tax 1 XXL Billabong t-shirt from youth. It was too big. My mom said it could be a sleep shirt. Please deduct this from my 2017 income. That's sleep shirt bullshit. Well, if it's too big, you can just wear it as a sleep shirt. No, I get that, Mom. But why don't we just tell our relatives that I'm a 4-year-old boy and I don't wear a man's XXL t-shirt? Because we don't say that when someone gives us a gift, because that would not be polite. Oh, I get it. So rather than violate these meaningless politeness rules, I'll just go to bed in a smock like goddamn Ebenezer Scrooge. Why don't you give me a candle for looking in the mirror and a floppy hat, and I'll tremble off to bed in my long Victorian nightgown. Was there ever even a ghost mother? Or was the dead Victorian girl you saw just me all along?
You know what I hate? When you're driving and you pick up a friend and they get in and they don't buckle their seatbelt up right away, but they will 10 minutes into the drive after you have some goofy turn. Without saying it to you, they'll just, pull that belt down. You got a problem all of a sudden? So what I do, as they're looking down, I go, these darn mosquitoes. I don't know why I let them bother me like that. I really should.
When I travel with my kids, we always try and do one educational thing a day. It usually involves going to a museum. And museums are great, they're important, but they're also exhausting, right? Acting like you're interested in that crap. There's so much pressure to be impressed in a museum. It's like, ooh, look at that, kids. Wow, that's a water fountain. What do we got over here? And I've been to all types of museums. I've been to children's museums, which are really just museums of diseases your kids can get from other people's kids. It's like, why don't you go over there and see if we can get the chickenpox? In Stockholm, I brought my kids to a ship museum, the Vasa Museum. It was a ship museum, but it only had one ship, so it felt more like a ship garage. But that one ship, the Vasa ship, sunk on its maiden voyage in Stockholm's harbor in the 1700s, which is not good. But that's the largest attraction in Sweden. Most countries, their big attraction is a design marvel, like the Sydney Opera House or the Eiffel Tower. But Sweden was like, here's our boat that didn't float. This is why we make furniture that ironically floats.
Too late isn't in your vocabulary. Reach your next goal at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
What's up? This is the Dropouts Podcast. I'm Zach Justice.
I'm Jared Bailey.
And if you want to listen to a podcast that has some pretty cool guests, in our opinion, we've got comedians like Matt Rife,
Bobby Lee.
We've got astrophysicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
We've got actors like Josh Peck and Ray Romano.
We've also got the sports world like Kentucky's head coach John Calipari, heartthrobs like Harry Jowsey,
and everyone in between.
So if you want to laugh your butt off, come listen to the Dropouts Podcast right now on Spotify. Thank you.
Real problem is the only way to lose weight is someone my size is you have to get a personal trainer. And here's the problem with that. As a general rule, I don't like personal trainers on a personal level. Because I feel like they're judging me because they're fit and I'm not, and that's the only thing that matters in their universe. Like, I want a trainer that gets that there's way more to life than just that. I want a trainer that'll say, hey man, you may not be fit, but you know what? You're smart and you're super funny. In fact, you're perfect just the way you are. Let's go get a slice. Then instead of working out, we just eat pizza and talk about how special I am. It's the kind of trainer I want. I think I want my mommy, is what I'm saying.
We finally landed safely, then we get over there, we get to Italy, and then I realize we do something as Americans. I don't know if this is out of ignorance or arrogance, but we don't always call a country by the name that the people from the country call it. Right, we get to Italy, I was like, Italy, this is gonna be awesome. Then all the signs say Italia. I'm like, what is that, a typo? Then it dawned on me that we do that. That's crazy, right, that we do that? Like people from China, they don't call China China, but we do, and that's weird to me. We're like the guy at your like office who's like, hey, Jimbo! You're like, my name's Tyler. He's like, whatever, bro. Yeah, we're that guy on like an international level. Although I don't think we can take full credit for that as a country. I think we sort of took that from our predecessors, the British. They used to do something kind of like that, where they would go to other countries and they'd be like, hello, beautiful country I have here, what do you call it? And they'd be like, India. And they'd be like, how's Britain sound? Yeah, that's awful. We gotta stop doing that.
I like trying new things, though. I'm not against new experiences, but they don't always work out. Recently, I was told that if I really wanted to relax to a deeper state of relaxation than I'd ever achieved before, I should go to a day spa. Yeah, sure, okay, yeah, if you say so. I've never been so uptight in my life as I was my 2 hours at the day spa. I kind of blame myself. I think I was trying too hard. Right, because I'm very goal-oriented. Come on, let's do this. Let's relax. Come on. Woo! This is how I feel at home. It's not happening. This is bull. $80. And then they had this Eastern music playing. Is that what, that bing, bang, bang? Sounds like a cat walking on a piano or something. These ninja notes jumping out of nowhere. It's not relaxing. The worst part, this bowl of rocks and water they had in the corner just gurgling away. Great, I'm lying here, I'm naked, now I gotta pee. $80. I could have bought 15 bacon double cheeseburgers for $80. Relaxed in my backyard for a whole weekend. Just, I can't move. That's a spa day.
Jenny says, I think that we should just break up. It's not just this. I mean, you're away a lot of the time. And even when you're here, you work at night and I work in the day. I just don't think it's gonna work out. And I said, okay. We were apart for about 6 months, and I missed her so much, but I kept resisting calling her because I wanted to give her space. And every once in a while, I'd get a glimmer of hope in the form of a text message from Jen, Irish pub, nice. And it would just say, hi. And I'd write back, hi. It was the smallest form of communication two people could have with one another, but I think in some ways kept us together. And finally on New Year's, I caved in and I called her. I said, hey, I really miss you and I want to see you. And we got together for coffee and we hit it off just like we used to, and we decided we would get back together. We had a great period there, I took her to get a license and a passport. First we went for her social security card, and then we took that to the DMV, and then we mailed all of that to the government for a passport. It was like the Triple Crown of identifications. Jenny was wildly identifiable. And one night she was heading back from my apartment to hers, and she stops. And I said, "What?" And she says, "I think that we should live together." And I said, No, I really don't think that's a good idea. You know, I've just decided, as a principal, I'm not gonna get married or live with someone. It's not personal. And she said, "Well, unless we live together, I just don't think it's gonna work out because we just don't see each other enough, and I don't think that we stand a chance." That's how I feel. So we moved in together.
I saw this sign posted once. It said, "Blasting zone ahead." Wow. Shouldn't that read, "Road closed"? What do you mean there's a blasting zone? What am I supposed to say? "Hey, you might want to buckle up. Blasting zone coming up." Yeah, just saw the sign. Put the helmets on back there. Yeah, I think we're getting close. Oh, this is gonna be a bad blasting zone. Remember that last one? We lost Billy. Sometimes the zones are open, you know?
Better ingredients. Better pizza. Choose better. Choose Papa John's. Serving Hampton Roads better for 30 years. Here's to another 30 with better for Hampton Roads. Looking for better specials every day? Let us serve you. Visit papajohns.com and choose from our great deals. Enjoy the savings and order with Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Aw, geez, Dad, not the car again.
Oh, happens all the time with old Betsy.
Have you checked out Carvana yet? They have thousands of cars for under $20,000.
But do those thousands of cars have personality like old Betsy?
Betsy's held together by tape. And there are raccoons living in the engine.
It's a family car.
There are flames on the hood?
Custom paint job.
No, Dad, the car's on fire.
How many cars did you say Carvana had?
Visit Carvana.com to shop thousands of cars for under $20,000. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Power Trip in California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands: Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, and Tool. History in the making. Witness the lineup of a lifetime as they take the stage on the iconic Empire Polo Club for 1 weekend only. October 6th, 7th, and 8th. Where will you be? The first 1,000 Spotify orders will receive a free patch.
This is so great. Thank you for coming. You're here. That's great. You all showed up. I appreciate it. And then we showed up, so you got to see the things that you paid to see. That's great. You don't always get to see the things that you paid to see. Ever been to the goddamn zoo? Those guys are never where they're supposed to be. Every time I go to the zoo, I'm like, "Hey, where's the jaguar?" And the zoo guy is like, "Oh, he must be in the inside part." The inside part? Tell him we're here. I love doing stand-up for crowds because this right here, this reminds me of assembly in grade school. And assembly was the only part of school I ever liked. And once you leave school, you don't get to have assembly. This is the closest we get in adult life to assembly. Because look at you all, you're just sitting there in chairs, looking at a guy with absolutely no expertise who's gonna talk for a while. Although this is different than assembly, because like you bought tickets, you knew this was coming. Assembly, you never knew was coming when you were a kid. You just showed up at 8 a.m. and they were like, "Put down your stuff. Go to the gym." You're like, "God, I guess they're finally gonna kill us all. All right. This is younger than I thought it would be, but we are pretty big assholes." You get to the gym and the whole school is sitting on the floor. You're like, "What are we about to graduate from Tuesday?" My principal would always come out to kick things off. She'd be like, "Children, rather than continue to teach you how to read, we have cleared the entire day for this random guy. I used to smoke crack. As you 7- and 8-year-olds probably know, freebasing is the greatest orgasm known to man. But I'm here to tell you there's hope. I've been sober now 2 weeks. Well, weekdays, not weekends. Weekends, that's Nunzio's time. I was once in assembly listening to a guy talk about smoking crack. My social studies teacher yelled at me. He goes, sit up straight, show some respect. I was like, he's smoking cocaine. Sit up straight, he's standing on a 45-degree angle, or as junkies call it, first position. I always got yelled at assembly. That's right, there was always like assembly, and then there was like that second assembly to yell at you for how you behaved at the first assembly. They'd be like, get in here, sit down, sit down, sit down. I want to talk about what happened yesterday. You're like 8 years old, you're like, what's yesterday? We invite a woman here with homemade puppets to teach you about bullying through skits, and you laugh at this woman? We noticed you had all been bullying each other and making fun of everything constantly, so we invite a woman with straight gray hair in a denim dress with a wrist cast and homemade puppets that all have the same voice to teach you about bullying through skits, and you laugh it up. What was so funny about that woman? I want to know. What was so funny about when she couldn't fit the box of puppets back into the trunk of her Dodge Neon? What was so hilarious that you all ran to the windows? Well, you all missed a valuable lesson on the danger of cliques. What's a clique? It's when a group of people hang out together. Oh, you mean like having friends? No. Because these people make fun of other people. Oh, you mean like having friends?
Woke up today at 7 a.m., got out of bed around 1:30. Because I need a good reason to get out of bed, like fire. And that won't even get me out of bed. One time I was in a hotel, the fire alarm went off, I didn't even get out of bed. I was like, that's a test. I bet my life that's a test. I don't understand the morning people. Even on my day off, I'll get up at 6. We should be able to hit these people. I'm jealous. Yes, hatred. Applaud hatred. But in reality, I'm jealous. I mean, you have to understand, my role models were the grandparents in that movie, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. I remember watching that movie as a kid and seeing the scene with the grandparents in bed and thinking, I like these people. I like what they're all about. They were in bed full time. What if we did this till we died? They weren't even watching television. They were looking at the other grandparents. How's your bed? It's good. It's good. It's the same as your bed. They were so into bed. They lived in poverty. Their grandson got a golden ticket where he could win an entire chocolate factory, and only one of the grandparents got out of bed. The other three were like, hey, good luck, Charlie. You win the factory and make me a chocolate bed. Typically, I have to get up early because I have young children and they want to experience things like life. What are we doing today? Well, I was hoping to nap. Can we go outside? It's closed.
Very excited to start our family, but I was really nervous too, because as a guy, like, I didn't have a lot of baby experience. I didn't have a lot of experience with infants, so I was nervous about a lot of things. I had some real genuine fears. One of my real fears was that I was gonna drop him. And I don't know why you're laughing at that. That's serious business. Yeah, babies are squirmy, right? We've probably all held a baby that doesn't really want to be held. They got that back arch out of nowhere. All right? It's strong too. I'm like, what are you doing CrossFit? How do you have so much core strength? But I think we can all agree, as like a room full of people, the last thing you probably ever want to do is drop a baby. Which begs the question, ladies, what's with the baby oil? Yeah, why would you grease up a baby? I'm already nervous about dropping him. You're gonna hand me an oily baby? No, thank you. Towel him off. Give me a good chance here.
As I mentioned, I am married, and I am happily married. It's great. Yeah, we fight sometimes, but it's always about silly things that don't really matter. You know, like the other day, we were having a nice dinner, and I asked my wife if she had a Kleenex. And she said, "If you don't think I should carry a purse, don't ask me for things that I keep in my purse." Sorry. I was like, what's this? What are you talking about? Turns out 3 weeks earlier. 3 weeks earlier, I said to her, "I'm glad I get to carry a wallet instead of a purse." And we kept talking about that for 3 weeks inside her head. Apparently, Head Me has some pretty bad things to say about purses.
I love doing comedy. There was a time I was going to quit. I was going to quit early on. I tried, then there was no one to quit to. No one. Here's why I do it. I think why. My dad is an entertainer as well. He's a magician. Still is a magician. Started as a clown. Just, you know, I don't want to come off like I come from some rich magic family. And I'm better than you guys. He paid his dues, his clown dues. It's weird when your dad's a clown. It's weird every day. I never trusted clowns, you know? Like, have you ever been yelled at by a clown? I have. Do you know how confusing that is to get screamed at by a guy who's got a smile painted on his face? You're like, is this not the same clown those kids are going to see outside? He was a clown till I was about 12 and 13. And that's about as long as you want your dad to be a clown. When you're 6 and 7, there's perks. Absolutely. By the time you get 12 and 13, kids at school are like, is he still doing that? You're like, off and on, all right, guys? Yeah, he is almost full-time magic, so... it's funny too when I tell people that my dad was a clown. There are people just like, oh, I hate clowns. It's like, hey, remember that time I just said my dad was a clown? I just said that. You're just like, I hate your father.
Hey, Spotifyers. Click or tap the banner to listen to This Is WizKid, the essential tracks all in one playlist. Brought to you by Douce, the modern expression of cognac. Enjoy responsibly. Douce is a trademark imported by Douce Spirits, Coral Gables, Florida. Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Must be 21 plus to enjoy Douce Cognac.
Live from the DAR Constitution Hall, it's the hilarious duo, Colin Jost and Michael Che. Saturday Night Live's Weekend Update hosts, Colin Jost and Michael Che, are bringing their live comedy show to DAR Constitution Hall on Friday, September 15th. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Act fast. This is a can't-miss show. Get your tickets now at Ticketmaster.com.
How do you grow up normal? Everything that happens to you is kind of weird, Right when you're born, they tie your belly button up. That's got to be like a very bizarre first experience. You come out, whoa, what is that? It doesn't come out like that, I guess. I always figured doctors have to tie that. I always wondered if doctors ever try to break their own records like those rodeo cowboys, They can pull you out and boom, 3.5 on a belly button wrap up. That is a new state record. The baby's got his foot tied in there for the rest of his life. Bouncing around. I don't know what happened. I don't know the story. It's a story and I don't know it.
I'm more of an outdoors person, to be honest. Outdoors. I have a yellow lab. I read the other day that yellow labs have, on average, 100 facial expressions. And so I thought, what? That sounds ridiculous. I started watching my dog. It's true. There's one for aggression, one for submission, and 98 for, are you going to eat that? I have a theory why men like to hunt and fish, though. I think men hunt and fish because if guys are going to spend a lot of time together, just two of you in some remote place, just the two of you alone, something eventually has to end up dead. Yeah. Otherwise, it starts to feel too much like a date. It does. Most men cannot go up to their friend, hey, do you want to get up really early tomorrow and go row a boat around the lake for a couple hours? We'll sit close and whisper. No, what? But you throw in, I'll bring my gun in case we see a duck. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, let's go for the weekend, just us. I mean, yeah, men are uncomfortable, but the guys fishing, you just tow, you don't have to have good bait, just tow a string with a hook on it. Just, we could do this for hours. We're gonna catch a big one. Pull the string out. Are we done? No, I just thought we'd kind of paddle about for a bit. Put the string in. It feels better. I feel more comfortable with the string.
A lot of people take themselves seriously in New York. I was at a restaurant. I heard a guy at the table next to mine ask the waiter, he goes, excuse me, of all your wines, which one is most robust and highest in minerality? I turned and said, sir, we are all impressed. We are also all at Applebee's. There's a tricycle and a tuba on the wall. Let's try and bring that down a notch. Bon appetit on your jalapeno poppers. People go on Yelp in New York before they go to a restaurant. They got to go on Yelp. They got to read a book report about the restaurant first before they can go to it. The very first time I went on Yelp in New York, the very first thing I read about a restaurant said this. It said everything I ordered, even the appetizer, had a hair in it. That's what caught my eye. Even. Even the appetizer. It's like somebody's typing away going, all right, on the main course, I get it. Dessert, that's understandable. But spinach dip, come on, bruh. If you're at a restaurant and everything you order has a hair in it, at what point do you stop? And admit to yourself, maybe Joe's Spaghetti House and Barbershop was a poor choice. I was hoping that sarcasm would be embraced a little more in a place like New York. Not always the case. I was once getting a bottle of wine for a dinner function. Could not read the label on the bottle very well. Out of complete curiosity, make a little conversation. I said, excuse me, ma'am, what year is this? She said, the wine? No, man. I am a time traveler. I am only here to beg you, please, don't break up with your boyfriend, or I'll never be born.
I performed in Lethbridge, Alberta. Lethbridge. If you don't know anything about Lethbridge, don't feel bad. Neither do people in Lethbridge. I asked them, I was like, hey, what should I know about Lethbridge? And they're like, oh. Is there anything I should know about Lethbridge? Calgary's 2 hours away. Is this like a temporary city? Did everyone just show up a month ago? You got like a bridge? A lot of those Western Canadian cities have a bridge that they tell you about. We got the longest land bridge over the smallest body of water. I don't know if you should brag about that. That sounds like a mistake. An engineering error. We got a highway with no exits. That might be on purpose. Yeah. Kitchener, I had schnitzel. Kitchener, or as I refer to it, Berlin. Because Kitchener is very German, right? Right? Yeah? That's about the extent of German pride. It helps that we're in the dark. I don't want to lose my job. That's worldwide. I was in Vienna, Austria, and they were like insistent that they were not German. We're not German. We're not German. We're totally different. I mean, we speak German, and our our culture's German, but and in every war we fought with Germany, but we're not German. I almost believe you.
Tonight's gonna be epic.
July 27th.
Mesmer, the hypnotist, has arrived!
I'm actually down with hypnotism. A Disney original movie.
Tonight, be your most authentic selves. 3, 2, 1.
What just happened? I don't remember anything.
The night they can't remember.
Where is Anna Maria? All we need to do is follow the clues.
With friends they'll never forget.
We gotta do this. For Anna Maria!
The Slumber Party, a Disney original movie. Now available on Disney+.
Meet your next audiobook on Spotify. They are headed back to Earth, and it begins. A body is found. The crew is disappearing. A sense of terror fills the ship. Every decision is life or death. If you love sci-fi, suspense, and short reads with strong female leads, The Scourge Between Stars by Ness Brown should be your next listen. Press play today on Spotify and find out if Captain Jacqueline Albright can keep the last of humanity alive.
You guys have been fun. We got to wrap it up. I have a jazzercise class to get to. I do appreciate you coming out and being such a great crowd, man. Provo, first time here. Yeah. I like, you know anything I don't like? I can't stand the people. Nice people. They put me in a nice hotel, which I appreciate, but they screwed up my reservation. I had requested a no smoking double bedroom. They put me in a no bed double smoking room. But I don't complain. I just sit on the floor and smoke 2 pipes. Some of the hotels need to upgrade their signs a little bit. I saw a hotel had a big sign out front that said colored TV. They're bragging about having colored TVs in the No one's manufactured a black and white TV for decades. There's just some guy in the parking lot. Honey, go check it out. See if they really do have colored TVs in that place. See what else they got. See if they got hot and cold running water.
I love being married, though. I love living with a woman. It's great. I don't run out of stuff anymore. Especially in the bathroom. And guys who live by themselves know that's a problem sometimes. Sometimes you'll just get in the shower in the morning and be like, oh, there's no soap in here. I'm fresh out of ideas. All right. I'll just turn the water up hotter, I guess, and just scrub really hard with a loofah. My wife will buy multiple bottles of shampoo at a time. It's a brilliant idea. It has never crossed my mind at all. I buy one bottle of shampoo, and then when it gets to the end, unscrew the top, hold it up to the shower. Oh, you people have all done this. You know what I'm talking about? You make a little shampoo cocktail for yourself there. All right, this is gonna be the same thing. Wow, that goes right in the eyes. Look at that. Maybe if you, like me, you dive into the sink, you bust out the hotel miniatures you've been stealing for the past 15 years. All right, Candlewood Sweets, what do we got today? All right, blueberry, all right. I wouldn't normally use blueberry shampoo, but I don't really have much of an option. And this is moisturizer, yuck. I'm just gonna be shiny all day, all right.
And I'm trying to be cool. I'm thinking of getting a tattoo. But I want to get a tattoo that's unique, you know? I don't want a tattoo like everybody else. So I want to get a tattoo of a blender. A big one on my chest, you know? Then when I go to the public pool, take my shirt off, everyone will be spellbound. They'd be like, is that a blender? Born to frappe. I have unusual tattoo ideas. I think someone should get a tattoo of a dozen Easter eggs, but tell the tattoo artist to hide them. You get back in shape, you might find a golden egg.
I ordered an album off TV recently. It's pretty cool. I ordered Sounds of the 80s. I love to party. But when I finally got the album in the mail, it was Sounds of the 1580s. Terrible. There was no music on the whole thing. It was just one guy talking. Sounds of the 1580s, it was just one dude. He's like, winter's coming again. We don't have much time. Father's got smallpox. He's not gonna make it, I know it. We've got to find food. Where are the horses? I can't feel my legs. Is there a God in this world? I'm like, okay, I can't dance to that. Is there a club remix of I Can't Feel My Legs? It's the only way.
And one day Jenny gets an invitation to the wedding of one of her friends, and she invites me to come along, and I said, oh, no thanks. That doesn't go over so well. She says, why? And I said, well, as you know, I don't believe in marriage, and so I don't buy into the flamboyant pageantry that goes into celebrating it. She said, well, what do you believe in? I said, I don't know. She said, well, if you don't believe in anything, how can you not believe in marriage? And I said, well, first of all, it just doesn't seem necessary. I mean, marriage is an archaic institution invented in the Middle Ages based on exchanging property. I don't want to be a part of that. Second of all, I don't even think we have a common cultural understanding of what marriage even is. I mean, one of me and Andy's friends was about to get engaged, and we were skeptical, and we said, are you sure this is the person you want to be with for the rest of your life? And he goes, yeah, I think so. And we said, well, what if she gets in a car accident and she's disfigured? Would you stay with her then? And he said, maybe. That is not an acceptable answer. Third of all, if I'm so in love, why does it need to be written into a government contract? And I'm not one of these, like, I don't want government up in my business kind of people. I think the government does a nice job delivering the mail and suggesting I don't eat poison. But I just don't understand why they need to be involved in my personal relationship. Then finally, if marriage is religious, shouldn't I believe in the religion? I've been to more weddings of my friends where the people on the altar don't believe in the religion of the church they've invited us to. Some of them even go to classes with the priest in advance to more elaborately lie about believing in a religion they don't believe in, just to have a wedding in a fancy building. That is insane! That's how I feel! So I explained this to Jenny. And Jenny says, Well, if you ever did want to get married, I would marry you. And I said, why? Aren't you listening to any of this? And Jenny says, that's how I feel.
Too late isn't in your vocabulary. Reach your next goal at University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
Would you bet a few $1,000s that you could sink an 8-foot putt? What about 10 grand that you could win a drag race against a Camaro with 1,000 horsepower? If you bet $2 million, could you bet it all on one football game? Maybe you wish you could, but you probably wouldn't. Gamblers is about the people who did. From Spotify and the Ringer Podcast Network comes Gamblers Season 2. Listen now.
I did nothing today. Didn't feel any pressure to do anything. Some places you feel like a pressure to do something, like St. Louis, you gotta go see our arch. I don't want to. Go look at our arch. Why don't I just go to McDonald's and see 2? San Antonio, you gotta go to the Alamo. I was gonna nap. Oh, you gotta stand outside in blistering heat and look at a building. Can't I just say I forgot about the Alamo? You know who didn't want to go to the Alamo? The people who died at the Alamo. I bet their last thought was, I wish I didn't go to the Alamo. I thought it was a rental car company. Can you imagine that level of bravery? 187 Texans fought 2,000 of Santa Anna's finest Mexican troops, and at one point those 187 Texans just decided, we should just fight till we all die. Like if I was there, I would have been like, excuse me, I love the idea of Texas too, but have you tried this Mexican food? It is delicioso. I propose we remember the guacamole. Of course, Vegas, the big assignment, is to gamble. Nobody ever admits they gamble when they go to Las Vegas. You going to Vegas? You going to gamble? I'm going to see shows. You're not going to gamble at all? Well, if I walk by a poker table, I might sit down and lose $10,000. I'm mainly going for the shows. We don't like to admit we gamble. People never admit. They're like, I'm not gambling, I'm just pulling this lever. I like to pull levers. It's a good arm workout. I'm not gambling, I'm just watching these horses run and letting the winner determine if I keep my home.
Being married's so nice, I never knew relationships were supposed to make you feel better about yourself. That's not really a joke, that's just a little sweet thing I like to say. Because I'd been in relationships where I got cheated on, like long ones. I don't know if you've ever been in a long relationship where you got cheated on, but it changes your whole worldview. Because like when I was a kid, I used to watch America's Most Wanted. You know how kids do. And I would always think to myself, how could another person kill someone? How could a human being kill another human being? And then I got cheated on and I was like, oh, okay. I'm not gonna do it, but I totally get it. And I don't mean in that way of like, no one else can have you. Like, I don't care about that. It's just creepy to have an ex out there after things have ended badly. They have a lot of information. Anyone who's seen my dick and met my parents needs to die. I can't have them roaming around.
People get so excited. My buddy comes over a couple weeks ago. He's like, dude, you gotta hear the drop on this track. He starts this song up, right? It's like... He's like, wait for it! Which, yeah, they always tell you to wait for it. He's all excited, right? This is the same guy, by the way, who will watch a movie with you, but he's already seen the movie. And then, yeah, he's so excited for you to see it through the entire movie, he's doing this. Oh, watch this next part. Yeah, no, I was kind of planning on watching all of the parts. But just for you, on this next section... Yeah, I will watch so hard for you. He's like, wait for it. It's like... Wait for it. Wait for it. I was like, I got some stuff to do today, man. How long do you think this, like 9 minutes later, it's like, I'm like, when is this gonna? I'm like, it's worth it! Totally worth it. I'm so glad I waited. Absolutely worth it.
My wife and I moved into an apartment that has 2 bathrooms, which I think already just adds another 5 years to our marriage. The fact that we don't have to compete for a shower in the morning, and we never take a shower together. I think some people think that's strange, but honestly, it's just not practical for us. Because when you first get together with somebody, the idea of taking a shower together sounds awesome. If a woman's like, hey, I'm thinking about taking a shower. Hopefully not in that voice. I should point that out. That's probably not. Hey, you want to take a shower? It's very appealing when you first get together, though. But any guy here that lives with a woman knows that if you try and take a shower together, odds are it's just going to turn into you standing in the back for about 6 minutes. Just It's freezing back here. It's really cold. I can see it's hot up there. I can see the steam. That's where I stand when I take a shower, quite frankly. But sweetie, what happens though is the water hits the top of your forehead and it comes off as this cool fine mist, and that's all I get to work with. I get a little produce shower. This is gonna take forever for me to get clean. Is it my turn? All right, fantastic, cool. All right, yeah. There we go. We're on different rinsing cycles. I don't want to mess that up. Cool. I don't recognize any of these Oh, you got to condition 3 times. All right, let me get right back there. That was warm. Okay. This is boring, actually. I know you're naked. That's cool, but if I knew it's going to go this long, I would have put my Kindle in a Ziploc or something. Are you getting out? You getting out. Cool, yeah. Take both towels. I don't need both towels. You know, we are out of hot water, though, sweetheart, so it's all right. I'll just smell today. That's fine.
How many times did I tell you I'm no good at being alone? Yeah, it's taking a toll on me, trying my best to keep from tearing.
Hey, it's Teddy Swims, and my new song, Lose Control, is out. Listen on Spotify now.
Hey Spotify, this is Jessica Carter Altman and you're listening to Pieces. If you like what you hear, tap on the banner for more and don't forget to follow for more new music. And move on, don't matter
how you're gonna be okay. Oh, the sun will keep on rising.
Hey, it's Lauren Daigle. My new song, Be Okay, is out right now. Listen right here on Spotify.
And every little thing is gonna be okay. You're gonna be alright.
I've had a great time here, I want to say that. And give yourselves a round of applause, because I really enjoyed coming here. A great time. I'll say this, do you guys have Waffle House here? Do you know what Waffle House is? Do you have Waffle House here? God, have you ever been to a Waffle House? You ever been to one? Okay, good. Okay. If you've never been to Waffle House, you guys are my witnesses. Waffle House, it's like a ma and pa style diner, most lower end diner. The food there is great, but it is a filthy establishment. Right? If you've been there, you know the food is good. Sometimes you gotta bring your own silverware. Right? It's scary, but I love to eat there. And I have a friend, she works at IHOP as a waitress, so she feels snooty compared to this place. She's always telling me, Warren, please stop eating at the Waffle House. said, why? I love it. And she said, because the girl who serves you your breakfast there is probably the same person who cleans the toilets there. And at first I was like, ugh. Then I remembered, that's how it is at my house. You guys have been a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
I'm a single guy. Here's the only thing I've learned about women at my age, and that's women do not want a psycho. At first. Fellas, you can't come out of the gate too soon with a psycho, you'll scare a woman off. But if you hold it in for too long, she doesn't think you're really into her, right? Like if after 2 weeks of dating you said to her, if you ever leave me, I swear I will kill you.
Oh my God, he's crazy!
But after 2 years when you say to her, if you ever leave me, I swear I will kill you.
Oh my God, he really loves me! I want to have your crazy babies. We'll call them Crabies. Cribs full of Crabies. And you're gonna stand. Rock-a-bye Crabie in the treetop. When the wind blows, the Crabie will rock. Check his scalp for the mark of the beast.
Of course, poutine. Oh my gosh, poutine. At this point, are there any Canadian restaurants that don't serve poutine? I picked one up at, what was it? It was a Booster Juice. It's like, yeah, I had the kale poutine smoothie. It was delicious. Poutine. I know some of you pronounce it poutine, but you're still saying poo. I love poutine, and I eat unhealthy, and some would say I built a career out of eating unhealthy. But you know, poutine, it's a little irresponsible. I mean, after all, I don't want to die. Do you know what I mean? It's almost like someone was just trying to make French fries more unhealthy. Well, what if we cover it in everything that causes heart disease? Let's do it. We have free health care. In Edmonton, I had pierogi poutine. Yeah, I had to sign a waiver and everything. It's the first food I had to provide emergency contact for. It was delicious, but do we need pierogi poutine? Has anyone ever eaten poutine and be like, you know what this needs? Carbs. Poutine. It's fascinating. It started in Quebec, right? And now it's everywhere in Canada. But you know there was probably a part of Canada that was like, wait a minute, we're as a country, we're going with the French fry thing? Not salmon or beaver tail? All right, I guess that's better than syrup. Did you know that poutine in French means Vladimir Putin? I'm just saying.
One thing that my parents and I have in common is that we're all addicted to cable news because they treat every story with the same level of importance, and there's like laser sound effects. It'll be like, Pachoo! Or your kid's having sex at the mall. I don't even have kids. I'm like, are they? I gotta make sure they're not having sex at the mall. Like fun are they having sex at the mall? And then it'll be like, Pachoo! Insurgents blow up truck. I'm like, wow, really puts the mall sex in perspective. That is much worse than mall sex. A lot of people get down on Fox News, but it's like, you know, I feel like at least with Fox News, you know it's not true. It's like watching a murder mystery. You're like, so if that didn't happen and that didn't happen, then what did happen?
We've been together a long time too. Like, I'm 33 We've been almost 6 years married, but I've been together since I was 21. So I've never really dated another girl. And I have no dating jokes because of that, though. Like, none. Like, I have, like, one. Like, you ever go on your first date ever with a girl and just marry her and don't try anybody else? Does anybody ever do that? Nobody. We don't have kids yet, but I'm looking forward to having kids. I do want kids. I don't know. I'd like to have kids pretty much just to get a friend in the house at this point would be great. Someone that gets me, you know? She'll test my love. Like, she asked me recently if I would take a bullet for her. And, yeah. I mean, it was a tough question because, you know, well, for one, she runs with a pretty rough crowd, so it's probably going to happen. But I told her yes. I go, yeah, I will. I will take a bullet for you, absolutely. But I mean, honestly, like between us, the only reason I said that was like, all right, like I don't know how fast a bullet is exactly, but it's like pretty fast, right? Like, you don't hear a gun go off and you're like, oh, I should get over there and get in front of that, right? Like, all you gotta do is like, she'll get shot, right? So I just gotta dive right after she gets shot. So she goes down, then I dive, I'll feel around, I'll be like, did I get it? And I know her, she'll start a fight. That's what she'll do. She'll be like, no, you didn't get it. Like, you get nothing. And I'll be like, oh, all right, well, that wasn't reasonable to ask me to do. Did you ever think of that? It's a bit unrealistic, all right? How fast do you think I am? If you want to ask your spouse a realistic question, you should be like, hey, would you take a sword for me? That's much more realistic. Like, you're going to see a sword. If you ever get stabbed by a sword, you knew you were near a sword for at least half an hour. No one pulls a sword out and you're like, oh, I didn't know you had that sword. No, we all knew. Everybody knew you had that sword. Sword people are the worst.
It's weird. I don't care who you voted for. I'm gonna tell my story anyway. I didn't vote for Trump, and one of my best friends did, and we were talking about it. Not yelling, just talking like people, which is weird nowadays. And he asked me, he goes, what are you so scared of? That's what he asked me. He asked me, what are you so scared of? And I was like, oh, that's a weird thing to just narrow down. But I guess the biggest thing that scares me is that historically, nothing good has ever happened in this country when the rednecks are happy. That's the part that scares me. And I'm not saying that can't change in the next 4 to 8 years. I'm just saying historically, that's never been the case. Historically, anytime a large group of people go, woohoo! That's followed by centuries of the rest of us going, we are so sorry. If people are out of line, I apologize. I like it now. It's been a few months, so people are more friendly about it, but it got weird there after a while. I blame the internet for that. I blame the internet. Because you argue with people you've never met before. You know, Facebook has taken things away. You can't have acquaintances anymore. Remember acquaintances? They're people you kind of knew. Hey, his name's Dave. Works at the hardware store. We talk about sports. And that's all you knew about Dave. And you like Dave that way. But now you gotta be Dave's friend on Facebook and you're like, whew. Dave is in the Ku Klux Klan. I had no idea. I thought he just liked the Chargers, but no, there was more. A lot more. You guys are fun.
Power Trip in California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands: Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, and Tool. History in the making. Witness the lineup of a lifetime as they take the stage on the iconic Empire Polo Club for 1 weekend only. October 6th, 7th, and 8th. Where will you be? The first 1,000 Spotify orders will receive a free patch.
A summer fling, a friendship-altering secret, and so much change. Can bravery bring June what she really wants, even if it's love? Find out in You Wouldn't Dare by Samantha Markham. This young adult romantic comedy, called perfect for fans of Gilmore Girls, is everything we love about growing up. It's filled with firsts, secrets, surprises, change of hearts, and so much more. Listen to the audiobook now on Spotify.
These are great. I get stressed out too easy. I'm one of those people. I get stressed by everything makes me, the little things, everything makes me stressed out, right? This is the biggest stress in my life, I think. It's when you're in a bathroom, and it's not like stalls, but it's the one room, and you're in there, and somebody knocks on the door or jiggles the handle. That is a heart attack every time. Right? Every time I'm sitting there and somebody like knocks on the door, I don't know why, I always sit up really straight. Like that's gonna help. I'm like, oh, excuse me. And I always go, I don't know why, I always go, occupado. I don't even speak Spanish. I'm like, zapatos la basura, biblioteca. And I don't know what it is. I've never once been in a public restroom where I could get the latch to close. Never. I think this is the conversation that happens between every 2 construction workers that build every single public restroom. Hey, these latches don't line up. That's okay. Just make the gap big enough that you can look the person in the eye and know if someone's in there. Perfect solution. You guys have been amazing. Thank you all so much for coming. I really appreciate it.
People want to know what it's like for me to be married to someone with autism, and it's great. There's nothing bad about it. I just have to, help her out in some situations so that the right kind of communication happens. The other day we went to the mall and she found a bathing suit she really liked at the maternity store. Right? She's not pregnant. We don't have any plans to ever have kids, but this is the suit that she liked. She's not fat. She just got the smallest size they had and went to check out. And the lady at the register, though, asked her when her baby was due. Yeah, she didn't say a word. She just looked up at me. And that's when I knew this was a job for the Asperger's Whisperer. So I said to the lady, look, she's not pregnant. She just wants the suit. Can we please just check out? It's no big deal. She said, well, I don't know what to tell you because the computer won't let me check you out if I don't put a due date in. I was like, really? Put tomorrow. The baby's due tomorrow. What difference does it make? She said, I'll see if that'll work. Like, I'm pretty sure it's gonna work. I think I cracked your little security system here. Sure enough, it worked. And when the receipt printed out, she looked at it and said, the receipt says that because your baby's due tomorrow, I'm supposed to give you a gift basket. Yeah. So we loaded up on diapers and bottles and things we don't need. And we're headed for the exit. And mind you, my wife has not said one word to this lady the entire time she's been in the store. But as we're leaving, she turns and says, this was our plan all along. And then we left. Thanks, guys. Thank you all so much. You've been really amazing. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
But I have a newfound respect for doctors, I do. Because when you think about it, unless we're sick, we listen to absolutely nothing doctors tell us. They're like, you should lose weight. Never gonna happen. What else you got? You should exercise. Does eating French fries count? Get out of my office. I don't even listen when I bring my kids to the doctor. The doctor's like, to avoid an infection. I'm like, my wife's like, what'd the doctor say? Don't pick the scab. I don't listen to nerds. That was the only time I would ever see a doctor is when I bring my kids in. Sometimes I try and horn in on a pediatric appointment. The doctor would be like, how's little Mikey doing? Mikey's good, he's good. He's a little worried about this mole I have on my arm. Yeah, I explained to Mikey that I've always had the mole, but Mikey thinks it might have changed colors. Jim, would you like to make an appointment? No, it's Mikey, he just needs a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the mole. I know Mikey doesn't want to play the Hippocratic Oath card, but you have to tell us, don't you?
I think there's one danger in playing guitar, which is that you can play guitar too much, like and turn into the guy who shows up at the party and just starts playing guitar for no reason. And everyone's like, could you not do that? Because everyone knows his motivation for doing that. And so I wrote a song just for that guy. And it's called Guitar Guy at the Party. I'm the guitar guy at the party. I'm the guitar guy and I think I'll drink a Coke and Bacardi. It might seem like I'm just having fun, but I'm actually not. I'm trying to sleep with your girlfriend. Listen to me as I play this song, 'cause I'm gonna play it regardless. I'm only playing 3 chords so I can make eye contact with different women in the room. I'm gonna try and sleep with your girlfriend, but I'm gonna make it sound like we have a really special bond and we should keep it secret. You know, I think your boyfriend really takes you for granted. When was the last time he told you that your eyes look like space crystals? If you want to come by my place later, it'd be cool. It's not gonna be like last time. I totally understand why that freaked you out. Maybe if I play free falling, then someone will give me a hand job. Or maybe they'll just sit on my lap and the friction will cause me to have an erection. An erection I will make sure that you won't feel, 'cause I'm classy. And I'm gonna shift it to the left, and I'm gonna shift it to the right. And I'm gonna create a mental image in my head like guys in prison taking a group shower. Here's my story, I'm gonna make sure that I tell it in the proper order. I went to arts camp as a kid and I played the recorder. Then I learned that recorders are for losers and guitars get chicks. And now when I feel like a loser, I take this out and sing Wonderwall by Oasis. I play mostly covers, Cat Stevens and Beatles and a couple of others. I do some original songs too, but they're not as well received. Christ is God, Christ is God. But I still want that hand job, 'cause I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy. Thanks.
At Carvana, we're in the business of driving you happy. And it's safe to say, getting paid on the spot can make people pretty happy. Yep, Carvana will give you a real offer on your car in minutes. Then, Carvana will pick it up and pay you on the spot. Carvana has purchased over 1 million cars from happy customers. Visit Carvana.com or download the app to get a real offer on your vehicle in minutes. Carvana will drive you happy.
Give you an idea how awkward I am at parties. This is a true story. I'm at one, and there's a guy there whose name I should know, but I don't know it. But I keep thinking it's Winston, which is not the kind of name you want to gamble at. It's a big roll of the dice. Hey, Winston! It's Beauregard. All right, see y'all later. Tell Winston I said hi if he ever shows up. So So this is true. I grabbed another friend of mine at the party and I said, I have a weird assignment for you. I want you to, just for a second, pretend like your name is Winston. All right, you see that guy there? I want you to walk to the other side of that guy, but in a straight line past him. So I'm just looking in one direction, and then I'm gonna go, hey, Winston! And if the guy in the middle goes, yeah, then you just walk away. Your assignment is complete at that point. But if the guy in the middle looks like he's confused, I need you to go, yeah? And then I'll talk to you again, I guess. I didn't plan that far ahead. So my friend thinks I'm twisty, and he's like, all right, let's do this. He walks to the other side of the guy, so I go, hey, Winston! And the guy in the middle looks like he's confused. So I look at my friend, and he says, my name's Winston. Yeah, terrific. I was looking for any random Winston. Your name's Winston? Come on over, let's have a chat. I'm in the mood to talk to a Winston. In a little while, I'll be wanting to speak with a Gwendolyn. If that's your name, get ready, I'll be making the announcement shortly. I had one line and he blew it. His line was, yeah. That's all he had to yellow highlight.
I don't know a lot. I really don't. It's making it this far has been great. And I don't believe in science, you know? That's just, I don't understand it, so it's easier not to believe in it as a whole. That gets you out of a lot of arguments. If you're just like, I don't believe in science, they're like, all right, do you need help? Or scientists could be making stuff up. That's a great job to have if you want to make stuff up, because no one can challenge you. You know, no one can say anything. Like, or they don't even get in trouble if they mess up. Like, the Earth was 2 billion years old, and they're like, now it's 4 billion years old. It's like, all right, like, how many people got fired after that? And they're like, nobody. You're like, really? Y'all just nothing? Because y'all were way off. I read Beatles are 320 million years old. It's like, are they? Or you just know that? I don't know how to figure that out. Because you could be doing that, you know? Like, I feel like that's your first job as a scientist. Like, when you go, they would just probably do the Beatles thing. They're just like, go see how old Beatles are. Like, when you're a new scientist, and then you don't think those guys are like back there, like, just write 320 million. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, who's even going to check, you know? It's like, no one's going to question us. We can change it at any point. Pluto, Pluto's not a planet, or it might be a planet, I don't know, they change it every 5 seconds. The last I heard, it's not, and that's like crazy. That's when I left science, when I was like, I'm out. You can't do that. You can't jam Pluto down my throat my whole life, and then the second I get out of school, you're like, we were just kidding about Pluto. It affected me. In elementary school, I got a C- on a test because I forgot to put Pluto. And turns out, I should have got above an A. That's what I should have got. Yeah. I should have been asked to teach the class. I should have immediately taught that class. And be like, Nate's apparently the best. I never believed in Pluto, you know? I said it's too far. That's what I told people. I go, you guys will see.
So I like traveling though. You get to meet different people. It's nice. Like here, everyone's nice. They put me in a very nice hotel. I'm not used to that. I'm not used to I was like, look at all these towels. What am I supposed to do with all of them? I was in Seattle recently and I didn't have a hotel booked. I waited till the last minute. I got a Hotwire thing. Like, you can get a good deal last minute. I got a room for $40 and I found that is too cheap. Everything should be more than $40. Every room anywhere. Your own mother should charge you more than $40 to crash on the couch for a night. It was such a bad situation. I went in, and this is how I was welcomed to the hotel. The lady behind the counter was yelling at somebody to get out. She was like, no, you paid with cash. I don't have a card on file. Either you bring us more cash or get out. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun. So I'm just standing there with my credit card and driver's license waiting for my turn, and as I'm waiting, a lady walks in. She brought 2 kids, and she's like, "Can I get a job application? I'd like to clean the rooms." And I'm like, "What?" So now I got a tear coming down. And to add a trifecta to this situation, there was an elderly man in a wheelchair. He was missing a leg, and he's just aimlessly doing donuts in the lobby. Just not really going anywhere, just kind of doing donuts. And I'm standing there looking at all this, and I'm like, no way, there's no way. She's over there yelling, "Get out!" She's over here, "Can I get an application?" This poor old man, sans leg, just doing donuts. And I'm like, there's no way, this hotel has Wi-Fi. There's no way. I don't see how this adds up to me enjoying Netflix in 5 minutes. Sure enough, I was correct. I was right, they did not have good Wi-Fi out there.
Sorry, 1 second. I just gotta Jamba. Visit your local Jamba today to find out what makes their smoothies, juices, and bowls so irresistible. Tap the banner to order.
What's up? This is the Dropouts Podcast. I'm Zach Justice. I'm Jared Bailey. And if you want to listen to a podcast that has some pretty cool guests, in our opinion, we've got comedians like Matt Rife, Bobby Lee. We've got astrophysicists like Neil deGrasse Tyson. We've got actors like Josh Peck and Ray Romano. We've also got the sports world like Kentucky's head coach John Calipari, heartthrobs like Harry Jowsey, and everyone in between. So if you want to laugh your butt off, come listen to the Dropouts Podcast right now on Spotify. Thank you.
I have a grandma, she's still with us. She's amazing. She's like the greatest woman who ever lived. I love my grandma. She's very old, obviously. She's an adult, older lady. She lived through the Depression, which, have you ever noticed? I think that's why, like, all of her furniture is uncomfortable. You know what I'm talking about? Like, she's just, like, glad to be alive. I'm like, "Grandma, your couch is uncomfortable." And she's like, "Did you die of dust pneumonia?" "No." "Well, then sit down." I'm like, all right. You can tell that's how it was for her because her favorite candy is black licorice. That is not a young man's candy. You don't see a 20-year-old eating black jelly beans. Like, it doesn't happen. She's just like, "Oh, this is so good." I'm like, "Grandma, we have high fructose corn syrup now. You don't have to eat tar for fun." And she's like, "This reminds me of the railroad. Ugh. Gross." She's a baby snatcher. She loves babies. If she sees a baby, she will grab it and kiss it. She loves babies. Right? It's the cutest thing ever. And here's the thing, if you know someone with a baby and you see them from across the room, they will do everything in their power to hand you that baby. Right? Every new parent is just like someone I know, and they just start pushing the baby out. Like, it's yours now. And you can't dissuade them. I've tried, right? I've seen people with babies that I know, and they just start and I'm like, oh, I don't like babies. And they're like, "He doesn't like you, you're even." I'm like, "Oh, the last one I held, I dropped. He's strong, he'll survive. I'm gonna kidnap him. I wish you would."
Speaking of foliage, I have to tell you, last October I was in Western Massachusetts, and they're very proud of their foliage. They're like, "You see our foliage? Nice job. Good work doing nothing." And I was with a friend, and we drove by this schoolhouse, and my friend was like, "You see that schoolhouse? That's the schoolhouse where they wrote Mary Had a Little Lamb." And I was like, "Am I supposed to be impressed by that?" And he is, "Well, it is a national landmark." And I'm like, are people going, "Come on, kids, let's go see where they wrote the worst song ever"? But what I didn't realize is that Mary Had a Little Lamb, in its day, was a huge hit. It was huge. It was like their Uptown Funk. Which makes you wonder, what was going on in the 1830s? Have you heard that song, Mary Had a Little Lamb? It's the song of our generation. It's so complex. It's about this girl, Mary, who had a lamb that was little. The song explains it better. I'm not doing it justice. My friend told me, he goes, "You know, that song's based on a true story." I'm like, "Well, I hope so." Because that would be the worst made-up story ever. How bad were the other songs of that era? Johnny has a little smallpox. We'll all be dead by 30. And of course, my favorite, why does everyone smell like poo?
Jim, don't do that.
I bought a belt the other day. I bought a reversible belt. When I was a kid, my dad had a reversible belt. I remember one side was brown and the other side was a whip. Yeah. I remember. I like brown. That was my preference. I thought he looked good in brown. A lot of young guys these days, they're not wearing any belts at all, right? You've seen them, they have their pants hanging down low so everybody can see their underwear. That's supposed to be sexy. That's what I've been told. And I agree, but you know what I like to do sometimes? I like to put my pants on first, then I like to put my underwear up over my pants. Then I pull my underwear down a little bit in the back and give people a peek at my pants. I think that's sexy. You know, I also like to wear both of my shoes on the same foot. I think that's sexy. I can pull it off because one of them's an 8.5 and one of them's an 11. I like the Gap. I like shopping at the Gap. One reason I'm still a 34 waist at the Gap. Yeah, not everywhere, but at the Gap I was a 34 regular fit for a long time. Then I was a 34 relaxed fit for a while. Then I was a 34 easy fit. Now I'm a 34 loose fit. But I'm still at 34. Gotta buy size 40 underwear for some reason. Is that a different system altogether? Get the 34s on. This is all wrong. This is like a tourniquet. You know what the truth is, fact is, I just gained 20 pounds for a part in a movie. Yeah, a pirate movie. Yeah, so if any of you people are gonna be making a pirate movie, I'd like to be one of the pirates in it.
My wife and I are trying to be pretty healthy. Last year we decided to go gluten-free because we like food, but we wanted to pay more for it. It was goal number one. We wanted to get less of it, and we wanted it not to taste as good. So far, we're batting 1,000 on that one. And you don't realize what an important role gluten plays in some foods. Like cornbread, for example, is not the most structurally sound food to begin with. And then we got some gluten-free cornbread, which was like trying to eat a sandcastle. Like you take one bite into it, and just all goes down there. That's how it looked when it came out of the box. Look at that. You do find a lot more gluten-free food at other places, though, and particularly in Seattle, where I'm from, it starting to spread out a little bit. You don't have to go to Whole Foods, which is good because I can't afford Whole Foods. Not yet. I keep checking every once in a while. Like I keep checking it out every once in a while. I'll step in. I'm like, nope, not yet. Okay, it's too nice, too fancy. In particular, the produce section, I feel like I always walk into first, and it looks like nobody's ever bought anything in the produce section at Whole Foods. It's these perfect pyramids of fruit and vegetables, and like if somebody does buy one, a guy has to run out from the back and put another one out there. Like ball boys at a tennis match, they're just sitting there just waiting. Somebody bought an apple! The most embarrassing thing for me whenever I go to a Whole Foods is discovering a new fruit or vegetable I've never heard of before. That's embarrassing for me when I'm just looking around like, what? I don't know. Then I have to ask one of the stock boys, excuse me, I'm sorry, I've never heard of this before. What is that? The guy's like, are you telling me you've never had a Puma Renew? It's like if you combine together quinoa and a date and it'll annihilate your colon. Clear out your weekend, actually, because they're on sale today, $27 a pound. That's a pretty good price for the Puma Renew.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Success is picking up extra shifts, but now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door, but now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone. And for more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has helped working adults like you succeed again. Choose from more than 125 degree and certificate programs with online and hybrid courses. Apply now with no application fee and get started August 16th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate by Chev.
Hey Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to Mega Hit Mix, a mega mix of 75 favorites from the last few years. Brought to you by BDG Denim, available exclusively at Urban Outfitters.
Immerse yourself in the historical splendor of Yorktown, Virginia. Whether you're a history buff, foodie, or water lover, Yorktown offers plenty to plan a great weekend getaway of fun. We're Virginia's best kept secret. Click here to learn more.
I actually saw a dog licking his own genitals, and I was like, wow, if I could do that, that'd be gross. Me licking a dog's genitals? Ew. Ew, ew, ew. But there are people who think that that's next. Bestiality after gay marriage, which I don't think they've thought it through entirely like I have. Because imagine a gay man who's finally won the right to be with a gay man. He's like, what's next? Female chimp? I don't think so. Maybe male chimp. Maybe gay bestiality follows gay marriage, but that means straight bestiality follows straight marriage. It's marriage that leads to bestiality. So if you want to get rid of bestiality, you have to get rid of marriage, which also gets rid of divorce, premarital sex, adultery. You kill 4 birds with 1 stone, which is way better than killing thousands of birds by throwing rice at weddings, see? Plus, you can take all those birds you're not killing, you can have sex with them and not marry them. No illegitimate children, no teen pregnancy, and even if there was miraculously an offspring of a human and a bird, what's it gonna be? Probably an angel. Why would you fight that, religious people, is all I'm saying. Sure, don't have sex with a goat, that'll produce the devil. That's what I'm saying. If you're gonna bang a goat, pull out, please. Or just oral with goats. But once you go bird, word. That's all.
This is a song I wrote about the guy who always shows up at the party you're at and starts playing guitar, because we all know his motivation for doing that. This song is called Guitar Guy at the Party. I'm the guitar guy at the party. I'm the guitar guy and I think I'll drink a Coke and Bacardi. It might seem like I'm just having fun, but I'm actually not. I'm trying to sleep with your girlfriend. Listen to me as I play this song, 'cause I'm gonna play it regardless. I'm only playing 3 chords so I can make eye contact with different women in the room. I'm gonna try and sleep with your girlfriend, but I'm gonna make it sound like we have a really special bond and we should keep it secret. You know, I think your boyfriend really takes you for granted. When was the last time he told you that your eyes look like space crystals? If you want to come by my place later, it'd be cool. It's not gonna be like last time. I don't really understand why that freaked you out. Maybe if I play free falling, then someone will give me a hand job. Or maybe they'll just sit on my lap and the friction will cause me to have an erection. An erection I will make sure that you won't feel, 'cause I'm classy. And I'm gonna shift it to the left, and I'm gonna shift it to the right, and I'm gonna create a mental image in my head like guys in prison taking a group shower. Here's my story, I'm gonna make sure that I tell it in the proper order. I went to arts camp as a kid and I played the recorder. But then I learned that recorders are for losers and guitars get chicks and Now when I feel like a loser, I take this out and sing Wonderwall by Oasis. I play mostly covers, Cat Stevens and Beatles and a couple of others. I do some original songs too, but they're not as well received. But I still want that hand job, because I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy, I'm the guitar guy. At the party.
I watched a lot of Flipper growing up. Flipper, he was something. Always saving people. Every show he'd go save some more. I save some people! For that, they would throw him a dead fish. Hey, thanks. Thanks for saving people. He was always doing that backwards dance, 3/4 out of the water. Man, that was cool. Imagine if you could do that? That'd impress some people at the public pool, you know? Just go, hey, how y'all doing? You know? Just skip across the top of the pool without getting your bathing suit wet and hop up on the other side. Hey, what's happening? And just grab a little towel, wipe off your feet. Yeah, it's a little colder than I thought. Wow, who's that guy? I thought, to be fair, they should have also had a bad dolphin, you know? Zipper! Big scar across his head. Out moving safety buoys around. Deal with that, Flipper! Out chewing tobacco. Zipper's surly. He is uncaring. How about that show, Gentle Ben? Do you remember that show? About a big friendly bear. There's a good thing to teach kids. Hey, bears are friendly. Go up and let them give you a big hug. Put some honey on your face, let them lick it off. Bears love kids with honey on their heads. They love honey head kids. Hey, Gentle Ben, where's Bobby? Bobby. Ben's wearing Bobby's hat. I don't know where you're picking his teeth. I think he scampered off that way. He was scampering.
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Fish! I was in Israel. Israel went down to breakfast. The entire breakfast buffet in Israel was fish. Different types of disgusting fish. I know it's always comforting when a pale blonde guy is criticizing Israel. This is gonna go well. Grab your iPhone. It's this look. It's not easy looking like Hitler's wet dream, all right? This is not a good look. This is not the look you want for the tour of the Holocaust Museum. I've been at the Holocaust Museum in DC. I think everyone should go. I just suggest you don't look like me. I was walking around, people were like, he did it! That's the guy from the photo! He's not an Argentine, he's right here! Get him! Actually, I'm too pale for Hitler, right? Hitler been like, I said Aryan, not snowman. I mean, meet me halfway, people. By the way, that's how Hitler sounded. I'm Hitler, baby, the Hitler man came. I'm a very pale white guy. You know, I've yet to be the victim of any type of discrimination. I've been the victim of someone assuming I'd enjoy a racist joke. Have you ever had that? You're like, well, why would you think I'd want to hear that? Hey, he looks like he'd enjoy a little hatred. Maybe this bigotry will brighten his day. If anyone would have a problem with people with pigmentation, be the pale fella. But I know what I look like. I'm not saying I don't forget. You ever forget what you look like and then you walk in front of a mirror and you're like, oh no. When did that happen? Because during the day you're like, I'm Brad Pitt, I'm John Goodman. What's wrong with John Goodman?
That's not even the best part. The best part's the breakdown. Like 3/4 of the way through the song, they will drop out the beat. They go adjust the melody for like a little bit, build up some suspense. Then they bring the beat back real slow, sequentially. They build it up, and then it all comes back together in this moment they call the drop. And when that drop hits, people lose their minds. Yeah, I love it. Do you love it? I feel like it's the greatest moment in music. Yeah, I think it's the single greatest moment in music. I feel like I put it head-to-head with anything, like a cymbal crash at the end of a Beethoven symphony. It's got drama, right, and suspense there, but they don't end a lot of songs these days with a cymbal crash. Did you notice that? Sort of a dying art, you know what I mean? Like you're not on the radio like, Despacito. I don't know why. It's fun, they should anyway, it's just, right? But even that moment, like that moment, that slow build, and then like I feel like right when that drop hits, I feel like everything's perfect just for a second, right? Just for a moment, right? It's like right, that first beat gets everyone's attention. It's like pow, and then just right? I just feel like life's about moments, and just for like that moment, that one moment, for a second, everything's perfect, right? Just boom, it's just like sunshine and rainbows, you know what I mean? Just, right? Just boom, puppies, right? Right, just boom, everyone steps back from baggage claim, just,
Kids have it very good now. My friend's a teacher. She told me that the parents will take the kid's side over the teacher now. That's insane. That never happened. My parents trusted every grown-up more than they trusted me. I don't mean coaches and teachers. Any human adult's word was better than mine. Any hobo or drifter could have taken me by the ear up to my front door and been like, "Excuse me, your kid bit my dick." And my mom would be like, "John Edmund Mulaney, did you bite this nice man's dick?" And I would be the only one who was like, "Hey, doesn't anyone want to know why his dick was near my biters in the first place? Isn't anyone curious as to how I had access?" Don't get me wrong, my parents love us. They just didn't like us. We weren't friends. People are now like, "My mom's my best friend." It's like, "Oh, is she a super bad mom?" My parents didn't trust us, and they shouldn't have trusted us. We were little goblins. We were terrible. I remember one time we were going into this resort for a vacation when we were little kids. And 3 weeks before we went to the resort, my dad sat us down. And he said, "All right, we're going to a resort. And I've just been informed that the man who owns the resort only has one arm." And we were like, "Oh, yes. Yeah, yes. Now I'm telling you 3 weeks in advance so that you will not freak out when you see that he only has one arm." Oh, we're gonna freak out so bad. "Yes, John, you have a question. How did he lose his arm?" That's exactly what you won't ask. And then I did ask. I went into the kitchen one day and I was like, "So, how'd you lose your arm?" And he was like, "Well, I was born with only one arm." And I was like, "Nah."
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today, Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
There's Unlimited Pro, Unlimited Obsidian, Unlimited Mini, Unlimited No Limit.
At Cox Mobile, we know other mobile companies have puzzling data plans. Shouldn't it be easier? That's why Cox Mobile has 2 simple plans. Choose between pay-as-you-gig or unlimited and change plans anytime. Finally, something that actually fits you. All while running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. Cox Mobile. We're different because you're different. Cox postpaid internet required 5G reliability is measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. 2H 2023. Results may vary. Not an endorsement. Wi-Fi not tested. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
All right, Guardians. Let them know we're coming. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is now streaming on Disney+.
Let's give them something to remember us by.
I'm Groot.
Bro, not like that.
Critics agree it's laugh out loud funny, and it only gets better when you watch it again.
You're all just making up stuff that he's saying, right?
Seems intuitive.
Oh, please.
The trilogy is now complete. Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, rated PG-13, may be inappropriate for children under 13. Now streaming only on Disney+.
I'm gonna take a survey, because this is another thing that kills me. That, like, it's something, okay, so how many people here are good with cars, like know stuff about cars? Right? Oh, more than I expected, a lot of you guys, that's awesome. There's like 10 people, that's great. That's a high number, usually it's 0. You guys, good for both of you. You're like, you too, buddy? Mm-hmm. Friends for life. Just realized that, that's awesome. Good for you guys. Do you guys know each other already? Oh, okay, well then never, I take it back. Good for you guys. That's cool. That's rare now. Like nobody knows anything about cars, and that we should all know more. We should be more self-sufficient, right? Like you have to trust your mechanic. We don't know anything about cars. Like I took my car in, and my mechanic tells me, he goes, "Your brakes are at 70%." Now I don't know what that means, but I do understand fractions. And I'm like, does that mean 7 out of 10 times my brakes are gonna work? And 3 out of 10 times I'm gonna plow into an intersection. I'm like, sorry guys, I don't understand cars. Just go through. Like I was driving once, I'm on the highway, and smoke starts coming out of my car. It was crazy, all this smoke starts coming out of my hood. So I pull over really quick and I turn the car off and I pop the hood and I go and I look. What was I looking for? I was like, yep, that's it, that's my engine. Or it's not. I don't know anything about cars. You could have put a cardboard box, I would have been like, yep, that's it. That's my cardboard-ator. That's it. The car park.
I think there's too many cameras right now. Like, you go to buy something, everything's also a camera. They'll be like, it's also a camera. I'm like, I just wanted a grapefruit. They're like, it's a camera grapefruit. You take pictures of yourself eating the grapefruit, and then you eat the camera, you poop the pictures. Oh my God, that is the opposite of what I wanted. They keep combining stuff. My brother got me a cell phone Palm Pilot in one, because I'm a ninja, and I dropped it on the ground and the screen broke, so now it's just a phone the size of a laptop. Technology's moving so fast, it's to the point you can make stuff up and people believe you. You can be like, have you seen the new Sony teleporter? People be like, no, but I heard about it. I end up saying that all the time. No, but I heard about it. It means I haven't heard about it, but I like you.
Just a side note, any guy that's ever roofied a girl, you're a piece of shit. That's fucked up. Roofie a girl. That is such bullshit. You roofie a girl? Are you kidding me? That's horrible. Don't roofie a girl. This is what I do. Creepy guys, listen up. Don't roofie a girl. That's illegal. This is what I do. When you're out drinking with a girl, all right, use the voice that she thinks she hears when she's being roofied. It's hysterical. She doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Like right when she takes a sip out of her drink, just look at her and go, how are you feeling? What? I said, how are you feeling? I don't feel good. You don't look good either. There's some guys here that are gonna try that shit tonight. I swear to God, you creepy fuckers. Don't do it at the bar across the street. You get caught. Buy a girl a drink and look at her and go, how are you feeling? And she's like, I was at that show, asshole. Sorry.
Because inherently we're trusting. We're very trusting of elevators. We're like, what is this, a casket on a string? Let's hop on. I don't know how it works, but if it shakes, we'll giggle. We giggle because we realize no one's driving the elevator. We're like, we're all gonna die. Should we press one of these buttons or climb through the trap door in the ceiling that leads to every Bruce Willis movie? What do we do? We also giggle because there's no talking on an elevator, right? You get on an empty elevator, you and a friend, and you're like, I'll tell you later. It's like a den of awkwardness. You just stand there like, are we supposed to kiss? What are we doing? It's very strange. Not as awkward as a stairwell. You ever been in an abandoned stairwell by yourself? You encounter strangers coming the other way. There's always that moment where you meet eyes where you're like, if you don't rape me, I won't rape you. What are you doing in this? What am I doing in this? Are we in an episode of Law and Order? But we volunteer for these awkward situations. Sometimes we pay to participate, like water parks. Those are fun, but there's always that moment where you're like, is this a meeting of people I don't want to see in swimsuits? Because there are people walking around water parks with a confidence that they shouldn't have. And you almost admire it. You're like, you go away from me. You try and figure it out. You're like, is it the fumes from the toxic chemicals combined with the children's urine? What gives you that swagger that would make Beyonce blush? But you don't want to be judgmental. You're like, you know what? They're there for their kids. I'm here for my kids. And compared to them, I look like Magic Mike. So, God bless them.
Try to eat all right, better, but it's hard on the road. They eat the fast food, McDonald's, Burger King, these places. Sometimes you go to McDonald's or Burger King. Sometimes the people who work there, they're sharp, they're sharp and they're on the ball, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. Other times you gotta wonder what that hiring interview was like, Please, come in, sit down. Can you mumble? Can you mumble? Can you mumble without making eye contact? Would you be willing to goof around with your coworkers while the customer grows impatient? Great, I think you'd be a good candidate for our management training program. We're gonna have you watch an 8-minute training video, then we'll put you on the front counter. The training video, it'll show you how to jam so many napkins into a dispenser that people wouldn't be able to get one out of a stick of dynamite. People get their own drinks now. You just gotta hand them a cup. When you hand them a cup, make sure your fingers are sticking down inside the cup. That's our policy. Then you give them a bag of food and you're all done. There's no need to say, thank you, because we wrote that on the trash box. Yeah, we carved it into the trash box. They'll see that when they clean up after themselves. We do have a set greeting, though. The greeting is scripted. You can't say hello your own way. You gotta say it just like this. Welcome to Burger King, family. Take your order. Why don't you try it? You try it, young man. Okay, sir. Welcome to Burger King. What are you doing here? Well, not quite, but you'll get it.
That's the wonderful thing about crazy people, is that they just have unlimited currency. The things they say mean nothing to them, but they mean everything to me. I was once walking into Penn Station in New York. I was walking down 31st Street towards 8th Avenue. I'm walking down 31st, there's this woman standing at 8th and 31st. I have my little roller suitcase, you can all imagine. I'm walking towards her, she's smoking a cigarette that is not lit anymore. She's watching me walk, kind of scanning me up and down, as if she had Terminator vision, where she could see little bits of data, like, little honky ass, and could read information. As I walked past her, she said this to me. I walked past her and she said, and I'm quoting, "Eat ass, suck a dick, and sell drugs." Very dirty, yes? A very upsetting thing to hear, yes? I'm sorry you all had to hear that, but at least you all got to hear it as a group. I was alone out there that afternoon. And she said this totally unprompted. Eat ass, suck a dick, and sell drugs. It wasn't like I had paused in front of her and been like, what should I do with my life? So I walk away from her with this to-do list. And I like structure, I like a to-do list. It did dawn on me that that list of things does get better as it goes along, when you really think about it, because it starts in a pretty rough place. It starts with just about the worst task a to-do list can start with. But by the end, you have your own small business. And isn't that the American dream when all's said and done? That if you eat enough ass and suck enough dick, one day you can sell drugs. Imagine you did all that to sell drugs and then they legalized drugs and you were like, but
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Power Trip in California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands: Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, and Tool. History in the making. Witness the lineup of a lifetime as they take the stage on the iconic Empire Polo Club for 1 weekend only. October 6th, 7th, and 8th. Where will you be? The first 1,000 Spotify orders will receive a free patch.
This is my job, I'm here, this is good. People always ask me, the number one question as a comic, they go, is this your dream job? Huh? Telling jokes, is this your dream job? No. No, this is not my dream job would be like your dream job. My dream job would have benefits. They give you that little card, you can go to a hospital, right? I don't have that here. If I fall off the stage and hit my head on your table, do you know what I have to help me get through that? Your laughter. Just sitting in the hotel going, he laughed pretty good, he laughed pretty good. That doesn't hurt, so. My dream job as a kid, I wanted to grow up be a professional wrestler, right? Like you see on TV. When I got older and I realized wrestling is fake. You always know who's gonna win in wrestling by the name of the wrestler. Even when I was a kid back in the day, they'd be like, in this corner, Randy Macho Man Savage versus Stuart Tinsel. Stuart's dead. Even Stuart's like, I was supposed to fight a guy named Lester. What happened to Lester?
That's when I go to all these countries, like, I don't know where any of them are at. Like when I go, I didn't learn about countries in school, all right? It's not my fault. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked. And then I was told the rest was Europe, and that's where the gays are made. So, yeah, I had a different book. My teacher brought his own book to class. He was fired. He got fired pretty quickly. I've been to Bahrain. Y'all know Bahrain? I went over there. I have a pretty decent fan base in Bahrain. It's really starting to take off. And that's what, no, I don't know, it's not. I didn't even know I went to Bahrain. I told people I went to Saudi Arabia, Bahrain. I thought it was like there. Like they're like, I was like, yeah, I was in Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. They're like, you know, Bahrain's its own country. I was like, are they now? Good for them, all right? Good for them. When I went there, this was like 6 years ago. We did Comedy for the Troops, and that was like one of the stops. So we stayed at an army base, but in Bahrain, you could actually leave the base and go to like downtown, you know, Bahrain. I don't know. So they're like, look, it's safe. Just don't draw attention to yourself. So they're like, don't wear like American t-shirts. And I was like, all right, that makes sense. No American t-shirts. What are you guys gonna do about the white on my skin? That's probably gonna be the issue. Like, I don't want them to come up like, excuse me, are you Muslim? Yeah, Southern Muslim, actually. My dad was a deacon, so. I went to Iraq. When you go to Iraq, we went to like some tiny bases. And the troop, they just have to build them. So it's all makeshift stuff. They just had pipes dug in the ground, and that's what they would pee into. If they did the other, they had a bag. They called it a wag bag. It's like pretty awkward. Because I went up to the soldier, I was like, hey, where's your restroom at? And he was like, you gotta go number 1 or number 2. And I was like, well, I don't really see how that's your business. And to be honest with you, I might mix it up. So, yeah, oh, I don't know. Why don't you let me decide, all right? We have barely made eye contact. I don't feel comfortable with this. I don't.
I got a preoccupation with death. I got issues with death. I try and laugh about it. I went to a funeral recently, and they handed out Kleenex at the beginning of the funeral, which I thought was a little cocky. You know, like, wait till you get a load of this funeral. You're gonna cry and cry. She's so dead. And I bought a sympathy card for the funeral. I find a sympathy card is kind of an underwhelming gesture in a way. It's like saying, I know you're going through the deepest loneliness of your entire life, so here's a picture of a daffodil. I hope that works out for you. That's why I want to make my own line of sympathy cards. Like on the cover, I'd put a picture of a duck-billed platypus playing checkers with a rhinoceros, and in the background, there's like a hot dog with arms, like holding up a lemonade stand at gunpoint, and you open it up, and it's like the world is messed up, man.
Recently, I was invited to a surprise birthday party. It was a surprise birthday party for a dog. That's right, I have friends that are mentally ill. I went. It was in my apartment building, and I needed the material. And to be fair, the dog was surprised. Didn't suspect a thing. Dog didn't know it was his birthday. The dog didn't know it had a birthday. The dog wasn't sure why people were in the apartment. It was the dog's 3rd birthday, which in dog years doesn't matter. Someone made that up, and we just went along with it. Oh, 1 year equals 7 for doggies? Okay. When I see a dog, I'll do math. That's not fulfilling some dog need. You know, there's not a dog sitting in a bar right now going, I'm not 3, I'm 21. I can legally drink. That's not how dogs keep track of time. If you have a dog, you know they don't keep track of time. You've left your home, forgotten something, walked back in, only to be greeted by your dog like you've just returned from war. They're back! It's a miracle! They're back after I don't know how long, because I'm a dog! These poor dogs! We just attach these points of view on these poor dogs. Like dog is man's best friend? How desperate are humans? We're best friends, right? Dog's like, well, aren't we different species? But we're best friends forever. You know, you locked me in the house all day with nothing but a bowl of water. You'd think you let your best friend sit on the couch. We're best friends. Now put on this fireman's outfit. We're gonna do a photo shoot for Instagram. You know, sometimes when you sleep, I think about eating your face.
The The Langley Federal Credit Union Concert Series presents Who's Bad? The ultimate Michael Jackson experience, coming to the Sandler Center in Virginia Beach on August 26th at 8 p.m. Who's Bad? A power-packed tribute to Michael Jackson has ignited crowds on every continent and can only be described as a jaw-dropping musical must-see. Come celebrate Michael Jackson's 65th birthday with Who's Bad at the Sandler Center. Tickets are on sale now at the Sandler Center box office and Ticketmaster.com.
Why?
Why?
If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours. Why?
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users. Why? Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
Tonight's gonna be epic. July 27th.
Mesmer, the hypnotist, has arrived.
I'm actually down with hypnotism. A Disney original movie.
Tonight, be your most authentic selves. 3, 2, 1.
What just happened? I don't remember anything. The night they can't remember. Where is Anna Maria? All we need to do is follow the clues. With friends they'll never forget. We gotta do this. For Anna Maria! The Slumber Party, a Disney original movie. Now available on Disney+.
Hey, this joke's on the first CD, but I added a new line, so I can't fucking rob you of this one. I got an ant farm, them fellas didn't grow shit. I said, come on, what about some celery? You fuckers don't farm. Plus, if I tore your legs off, you would look like snowmen. That's the part that's not on the old CD. Hey, you can smoke in Minnesota clubs, right? Can you? I can. Oh, who the fuck am I? Mitch Hedberg, that's right. I like to smoke a pipe because it's the punchline indicator. Whenever I take a hit of the pipe, you fuckers should be laughing. Not yet, though. I haven't said shit. I'll give you an example. You know when they show someone on TV washing their hair under a waterfall? That's fucking bullshit, man. Because that thing would knock you on your ass. No, you didn't laugh, all right. Who's that guy who's got the cool laugh up here? I hope that fucker's mic'd. I hate for this show to go unnoticed. Only problem with having a distinctive laugh is I know exactly when you're not laughing. Oh, distinctive laugh doesn't think that joke was funny. Yeah, so I think we should only get 3 honks a month on the car horn because people honk the car horn too much. 3 honks, that's the limit. And then someone cuts you off, you press your horn, nothing happens. You're like, shit, I wish I went to see Ricky on the sidewalk.
And at the grocery store or your supermarket, your PIN thing doesn't work in the deal. They want you to yell your phone number out in the middle of the store. That's not smart. Security, ladies, don't yell your phone number out in the middle of the grocery store. Not if I'm around. No, because I'll call you. I'll call you up. I called a lady a couple of weeks ago. Yo, hello, yeah, this is Dennis. Yeah, you probably don't remember me. Yeah, I was standing behind you in line at the grocery store. Yeah, I was wearing a brown shirt, but you were kind of ignoring me. But you gave me your phone number. Well, you didn't give it to me specifically, but I was there to catch it. Thought I'd give you a call and see what's up. So what's up? I'd come by your house. I don't know your address, though. I can find it on the internet doing a $40 reverse lookup. But I thought you might save me the money. I'll come by and bring you some flowers. You know, I don't know what kind of flowers you like. There's so much about you I don't know. But I do know your phone number. My phone number? No, I got that block caller ID. Yeah, you cannot be too careful these days. A lot of nut jobs out there, a lot of whack jobs. The Starbucks, what are they asking me what my name is for? It's none of their business what my name is. Just give me a cup of coffee, I'll give you $9, we'll call it a transaction. I know they want to write it on the cup, right? That's the way they operate, but that's not the way I operate. I've started doing this. They go, what's your name? It's Glarbston-Tinford. What is it? It's Glarbstontinford. It's spelled just the way it sounds, Glarbstontinford. The common spelling, G-L-A-R-B-S-T, and another T, E-N-T-E-N-F-O-R-D. Glarbstontinford. Some people just call me Glarb for short, but I prefer Glarbstontinford. Glarbstontinford. I recently did that right at Starbucks. I didn't have enough cash to have the $9, so I had to use my credit card, which has my real name on there. Guy's like, your name's Dennis. You're not Glarbstontinford. You're not Glarbstontinford at all. Why did you say you were? I'm like, yeah, you're right, Dennis. That's my given name. That's on my birth certificate. I got that when I was born, but Glarbstontinford is my nickname. Yeah, I got that when I was a little kid. I got that was early on, because when my sister Peggy was a little baby, she couldn't pronounce Dennis. And it came out Glarbstontinford. And ever since then, that's what everybody calls me. My nephews, they call me Uncle Glarbstontinford. I kind of like it. One thing I don't like is I can't find a keychain with the name Glarbstontinford on there. A mini license plate for my bicycle.
My dad loved us, he just didn't care about our general happiness or self-esteem. I remember one time we were really little kids. I have 2 sisters and a brother, and all 4 of us were in a family car ride for 3 hours going to Wisconsin. My dad was driving, going down the highway in our white van with wood around the side. Because you remember when you wanted your car to be made of wood? You remember that era? Where we were like, how much wood can we get on this car without it catching on fire? But then the big announcement, we here at Plymouth Chrysler can put a saucy stripe of wood safely on the outside of your car for all those times you've looked at your minivan and thought, it needs a belt. So we're going on the highway. We've been on the road for like 3 hours. And in the distance, we see a McDonald's. We see the Golden Arches. And we got so excited. We started chanting, McDonald's, 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 McDonald's. And my dad pulled into the drive-thru, and we started cheering. And then he ordered 1 black coffee for himself. And kept driving. And you know, as mad as that made me as a little kid, in retrospect, that is the funniest thing I have ever seen in my entire life. How perfect is that? He had a van load of little kids, and he got black coffee, the one thing from McDonald's no child could enjoy. My dad is cold-blooded. He once shushed a kid during Lion King on Broadway. That actually happened. We were at Lion King on Broadway, and there was a 5-year-old behind us going, look, it's Pumbaa, look, it's Timon. And my dad turned around and said, are you going to talk the entire time? He's my hero.
My wife is here tonight. By the way, we celebrated our 20th wedding anniversary last July. Thank you. And I knew it was a special anniversary, and I'd messed up the previous 19, but I wasn't going to mess this one up. So I went to her about a month out, and I asked her, I said, where would you like to celebrate? I know this is special. And I was thinking restaurant. She almost hit me in the head with a brochure, and she says, Hawaii. You know, I'd be just as happy staying home as long as I was near you, Buttercup. She's good. You want to be near me? Get on a plane. I'm going to Hawaii. It was the first time in 10 years my wife and I got away from home alone together without children. So you parents know after 10 years, by the second day in Hawaii, we had no idea how to entertain ourselves. It was the most pathetic display of human behavior I've ever witnessed. 2 losers standing in a hotel lobby. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. Want to eat? Yeah, we could eat. That'd be good. You want Mexican? I don't know. You get a Mexican in Hawaii? On the third day, we did what came natural to us. We just went to the beach and we started yelling at other people's kids. Now, leave your little sister alone! Never mind, who are we? We're the Loser Beach Patrol from Tennessee, man. We have 3 boys that run our lives, and I got to tell you, so we gave them biblical names, by the way. The first 2 were real easy, Aaron and Jacob. The 3-year-old, we finally settled on Satan. This kid is electric, man. He runs across the rug in his socks, the neighbor's garage door flies open. My wife bought him a leash. Have you seen these things? This vest that slips over the kid, and this elastic band clips to her belt loop. It's a leash. And it's fine if you're just walking through the mall. Kids just flopping around behind you. Every now and then he'll see something, shoot out in front of you like a skier in front of a boat. This big wide, and then he gets it's elastic, so it goes. The problem arises when you stop to have a conversation in the mall. A couple weeks ago, we're standing in the mall, we're talking. What do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Want to eat? Yeah, we eat. Now look at the kid. He's wrapping himself around his mother's legs like a dog on a tree. And like a dog, can't figure out to go back around the other way to unravel. So he stands there, pinned to his mother's thigh, chanting. And you've all heard the chant. Mommy, 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 mommy. There isn't a 3-year-old on the planet that's gonna go, you know, she looks busy, I'll give it another minute, then I'll quit. It's non-stop. Mommy, mommy. And apparently, this chant comes at a frequency my wife can't pick up in the mall. She's the only one not responding. I'm vibrating, man. I got blood starting to trickle out of ears. Guys on the PA in the mall. Please, lady, answer the child. Will you please answer your child? It was a mime in the mall. He came over, punched my wife. Your name, Marmy? Here. Takes a lot of angst to get a mime to speak. And I went after that mime, but I couldn't get in that box he was in.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Michael Jr.
Right. Cool. You know, the jokes, they're not gonna start like right away. For me, comedy is like dating somebody that you really, really like, you know? And I don't want to rush this. I used to do that. I used to go up on stage and I would do a joke right away, you know, jump right in. But I got hurt, man. Let's be honest, you've seen a lot of comedians in your day, you know, you had your laughs. You know? But did it last? No, I want this to be different, man, that's all. That was just a little, it's gonna take like 2 minutes before I start. Like before I start to schedule jokes, it'll be, why you got your arms folded, sir? Are you judging me right now? Is that what you're doing right now? Are you judging me? Is that what that is? That's what that move is right there? Okay, you need to stop judging right now, okay, sir? You do that? Cool. Minute 45 seconds, we'll start to schedule jokes. This is a nice stool right here. Man, look at that stool. I asked for a stool. This is a nice, some churches or clubs I go to, they have a little raggedy stool. It's like a 3-legged, it's like a stool sample. It ain't even a real, this is nice though, this is nice. You just got the joke just now? You gonna announce it out loud to everybody that you just got it? Oh, stool sample. Cool. You wanna keep up with us? You wanna keep up? You wanna keep up with us? Maybe you should get the tape afterwards, too, and be just like...
It's okay. It's okay. So, I guess it's time to start the show. I got 15 seconds before I need to start. I'm starting now.
Hey, Spotifyers. Click or tap the banner to listen to Teen Beats, all the songs you want to hear right now. Brought to you by our friends at Overwatch 2, where heroes can do anything, and so can you. Now available on Xbox. Rated T for Teen.
Hey, it's Andy, Mike, and Jason from the Fantasy Footballers podcast. Look, you love fantasy football. So why not follow a podcast that actually helps you get better at fantasy football?
The Fantasy Footballers podcast is not only award-winning, it's league-winning. It's fun to listen to. It comes out every single day, and it has the right amount of advice and entertainment to help you win your league.
It's time to take your fantasy football game to the next level by following the Fantasy Footballers on Spotify right now.
I saw a moose. Have you seen him? I saw a moose in person. Or in moose. I'm a person who saw a moose. And I tell you, I don't feel like I was ready. I don't know how big I thought a moose was gonna be, but I was way off. I was way off. It was huge. And I feel like I should have been warned. Like someone should have been like, you might see a moose, get ready. But my friend was like, you might see a moose, have fun. Like it was a butterfly or something. Hopefully you'll see a moose. So I was like in shock when I saw it. I was like, wow, whoa, are they shooting a Star Wars movie up here? How many people are in that moose costume? At least 3. It was huge. It was the size of like a transformer. It was gigantic. And then my friend was like, don't get close, it'll kill you. What? At that moment, I realized my moose knowledge didn't exist. I knew nothing about moose. Like my moose knowledge comes from cartoons. In cartoons, moose are like, hey, how you doing? But in real life, they're like, I'm gonna kill you! How did that translate? Never hear moose in those animal songs, right? The cow goes moo, the cat goes meow, the moose goes, I'm gonna stomp you to death. Did you know that the plural of moose is Reginas? That surprised me. Wasn't ready for that.
At this point, it was 5 in the morning. We'd been arguing all night and we hadn't slept. I had to catch a flight at 6:20 a.m. out of Newark Airport to Los Angeles for a show I was doing that night. At this point, I'm overtired and I'm angry and I'm late. I'm stuffing my things in my roller suitcase and I walk out of our apartment. It's 5 a.m., that part of the morning before the earth even exists, before they programmed the Matrix or whatever. You walk out of your apartment, part of the road isn't even there. There's a guy with a laptop going, we need a road stat. What's the code for building, tank? You know, you get to the airport, the news hasn't even started yet. It's just an anchor looking around like, what are you up to? And I get to the kiosk and I print up my ticket and I bring it to the security lady and she looks at it and she goes, well, that ain't your gate. Like, I guess they changed the gate, but the way she said it was as though I had participated in the decision to change the gate. I was like, I was not involved in this process. I wasn't even CC'd. Like, as though I had gone to the kiosk and been like, B-22, like hell I'm flying out of B-22. And then I'd Photoshopped my own ticket, printed it up, and been like, this is where I'm going. You know, I'm not that aggressive as a traveler. So I was like, well, where is this gate? She goes, it's in another terminal. You got to take a tram. She points to the tram, and I start walking my roller suitcase, and I hear her say, and you better run. Like, I guess I was late at that point, so I start running, and the roller suitcase does not enjoy running. The roller suitcase is like, I don't want to run. I have wheels. And I was like, I don't want to run either, but this is what we have to do. I tell you what, when we get to the hotel, I'll walk in circles for a few hours, and I get to the tram and it has that feature where it says how many minutes before the next tram arrives, and it says 0 minutes. I was like, perfect. That's exactly how long I wanted to wait. But the tram's riding away. I was like, that's -1 minute! And then it says 10 minutes, and I'm experiencing that psychological downward spiral, like, oh, great, I'm gonna miss my flight, and then I'm gonna miss every flight from now on, and then I'm gonna miss my family reunion, and then I'm not gonna have a family, and then I'm gonna be a crack whore. And it's like, all of a sudden, I'm a crack whore, but it's just because I missed this one flight, and I can feel the cancer forming in my body in real time. I get on the next tram 10 minutes later, and I run to the gate, and I'm sweaty, and I'm out of breath, but I'm on time. And I'm so relieved that I sit down in the chair at the gate and I fall asleep. And I wake up to the sound of the doors shutting. I jump up and the door's closed and I am on the sad side of the door. The happy side has an airplane and a pilot. The sad side is me and the Cinnabon lady. Normally, I'd be very excited if it were just me and the Cinnabon lady. I'm a big fan of pastries the size of a baby that have enough calories for a year. I think that's an effective use of time. But in this instance, I needed someone who could communicate with the people on the plane, and the Cinnabon lady is not very well connected in the airline community. I was like, do you know these people? She was like, all I know is the white stuff goes on in the Cinnabon.
Please, Zanies, put your hands together for Mr. Keith Alberstadt. Let him hear it.
Thank you, everybody. All right, we're doing it, huh? All right. I am thrilled to be back in Nashville. I no longer live here. I now live in New York City, and that is quite the adjustment. Like the cost of living, they are not kidding about the cost of living up there. Holy crap. My rent is on the low end of the rent spectrum in New York, still considered astronomical to normal people. I tell my friends in Tennessee what I pay in rent. They think I live in a penthouse suite. I tell the same number to my friends in New York. They think my place is haunted. That's the difference. People get annoyed really easily in New York. I'm learning that too. Even your friends. Like, for example, I have asthma. After one recent asthma attack, my own friend rolled his eyes, goes, come on, man. Oh, my apologies. Does my inability to breathe ruin your day? He goes, you gotta get that asthma under control. Get it under... I'm not addicted to asthma. I don't think you know how this works. I did not pick up a sponsor with my inhaler at Walgreens.
Why?
Why?
If you have T-Mobile 5G home internet, you might be hearing this a lot.
Why?
Every time your internet slows down during the busiest hours.
Why?
Because your network gives priority to cell phone users.
Why?
Good question. Why not switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours?
Okay.
Stop the whys and visit cox.com/5G home for details. T-Mobile prioritizes certain T-Mobile phone users over home internet users during times of congestion.
I was crossing the street when I met the love of my life. I chased after her. Nothing would stand in my way. Not the dog walker, nor the hot dog vendor. Finally reaching her, I asked, what do you call that amazing smell?
It's Gain Flings.
Gain Flings. My love had a name, but more importantly, it had a scent.
Fall in love with Gain Flings. Seriously good scent. Gain Flings with 50% more freshness ingredients versus leading bargain detergent.
I like being married. My wife, she hinted that she's been hinting that she wants to have children because she said, "Hey, I want to have kids." She's beating around the bush, and I go, "Oh, that's a bummer." Like, I'm interested in the endeavor, kind of. But the reason I don't want kids, I'm gonna blame you parents. You're not really selling me on it. I see you out there. You're not really selling me on that purchase. You know what I do want? I want to buy a jet ski. You know why? Because I've seen other people with jet skis, and they look like they're having an awesome time all the time. They're always shirtless on the water. Woo! Yeah! I'm like, I want in on that. You know what I've never seen? Just parents hanging out with their kids, just going, yeah! These are the guys, man. Get yourself some of these. Maybe if I saw that a few times, I'd be like, we gotta look into this kid thing. Because it looks to be a ball. All my friends have kids, and they're really good parents, so I see what it takes to be a good parent, and I go, oh, I don't have that. Because if you're a good parent, you gotta be a good parent every day of the week. You can't take Sundays off, because then your kid won't be good. Yeah, it's a 7-day-a-week job. You just can't come out of your bedroom on a Sunday and go, not today. Because then you won't have a good kid. It's 7 days a week. You always have to be there, always down there. What do we say? What do we say? That man just gave you something. What do we say to that man that just gave you that? We're saying thank you. We're saying thank. We're saying thank. 1 second, sir. We're saying thank you. Open your eyes, Jeremy. We're saying thank you. 1 second, please. We're saying, uncross your arms, mister. We're saying thank you. We're saying it. We're saying thank. Look at me. We're saying thank. It takes a village, please, sir. We're saying. I don't have that much time. It's a lot of effort. Like, I want kids, but I want one of the good ones. You ever seen one of the not good ones? You're like, oh, that's someone's kid. Like, for every, like, star high school quarterback, there's another one, you're like, yeah, that one's mine. I want one of the good ones.
I have a baby now, which is crazy. I'll tell you guys, if you don't have kids, a little piece of advice that no one told me, and I wish someone had told me, is that when you have a baby, when they're born, it's very tiring for them, right? Like, being born is exhausting. And they sleep for like 2 days, which is how long you're in the hospital. And I don't think that's a coincidence, right? Because all the nurses, everybody comes in and they're like, oh, what a quiet, perfect little baby. Oh, what a little angel. He's never gonna cry for you. Yeah. And then you take them home and they wake up and they scream forever. I brought my son home. It was like you flipped a switch. We walked in the door, he opened his eyes and he was like, wah, tricked you, idiot, wah. This is who I really am, wah. And he fools you. He closes his eyes and you're like, oh, finally I can sleep. Finally I can do the dishes. And then he opens one up and he's like, not so fast. I wasn't done with you. He's cute. I'm lucky. He's objectively cute. Like, he's actually a cute baby. And I know he's cute because we took him to see the pediatrician and the pediatrician walked in and he opened the door and he went, whoa, that's a cute baby. Right? And he sees babies all day. And then I thought, maybe he does that to every baby. Like, just 50 times a day, he's like, whoa, that's a cute baby. Whoa, that's a cute baby. But there's gotta be one that he just can't muster it. Where he's like, whoa, how are you guys today? There's gotta be one. There has to be.
So now I just love doing comedy, man. Before I did comedy, I had this thing called what was it called? A job. I had a job, yo. That's a lot of work, man. You gotta be there at the same time every day. It's a lot of work, right? I was a cashier at this gas station, right? But that didn't mean I wasn't truly a comedian. I just happened to be at a gas. And this guy walks in who clearly got on a hairpiece. Clearly. You could tell he started out with a comb over. And what is a comb over anyway? What's the definition of comb over? It means your combing days are over. And I'm just trying to do my job. Okay, sir, you got the soda pop today. You got the gasoline, $55.29. And how are you going to pay? Then this big lady walked in, right? Well, let's call her Swollen. This swollen lady walked in. There's nothing wrong with being big, but she had a really bad attitude. She came in there complaining, what took you so long to authorize the pump? I can't believe it took you that long. And I started to explain. I was like, yo, I was busy. Had a whole bunch of them. I was trying to, and I just stopped and looked at her. I was like, yo, sorry about your weight. Then I got another job, man. I worked at an apple factory, right, or an apple plant, wherever apples come from. Let me show you what my job was. Let me show you how much skill was required to hold this job. I stood in front of a conveyor belt with apples going by. If an ugly apple go by, I gotta find the apple, scoop it behind me. Find the apple, scoop it behind me. Find the apple, scoop it behind. That's it, 12 hours a day. Find the apple, scoop it behind me. 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 So I quit, and they wanted a 2 weeks notice. I was like, yo, boss, 2 weeks from now, you're gonna notice I ain't been here in 2 weeks. How you like them apples?
How powerful is Cox Internet? So powerful that one day, your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from your backyard. Get gig speeds powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Internet delivered through Cox's hybrid fiber coax network. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions apply.
Power Trip in California. 3 nights, 6 legendary bands: Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Judas Priest, Metallica, and Tool. History in the making. Witness the lineup of a lifetime as they take the stage on the iconic Empire Polo Club for 1 weekend only. October 6th, 7th, and 8th. Where will you be? The first 1,000 Spotify orders will receive a free patch.
I do love steak, but it is rather barbaric, right? I mean, we're eating a part of a cow, and I love animals, and I love animal lovers. My favorite are the people that carry around the dog in a bag. Whenever I see that, I always think, what an adorable way to let us know you're crazy. Because they're crazy. They're carrying around an animal that can walk in a bag. They're not going to the vet, they're shopping. That's okay, but if I carry around a canned ham, I'm a weirdo. It'd be one thing if the dog looked happy, but the dog always has a look on his face like, can you believe I'm sitting in a purse? I was part of Mexican royalty. But I get it, I love dogs, and I think it's cute when people dress their dogs up. But how do you have your dog in a jacket and walk by a homeless person? Sorry, I'd help, but I spent all my money on a coat for my animal that's born with a coat. I love cats. Some people don't like cats. Our neighbor has a cat, and she lives in a studio apartment, or as I refer to it, a litter box. One time she asked me, she was like, can you even tell I have a cat? And I was like, no, but I can tell you have a box of turds in your apartment. I'm not sure if that's the same question. We all have the friend with the cat, right? In the small place, you visit them, the cat does their business. You don't really acknowledge it. You just go on with the conversation. What do you want on your pizza? Bleach. Febreze, can we open a window or knock down a wall? Are my eyes bleeding? How about we throw a diaper on the kitty? But I get it, because I love animals. I think being around animals, there's a healing quality. But I also think we give animals too much credit. Like a dog is man's best friend. I've never seen a dog help someone move. Yes, horses are graceful and elegant until you see them poop standing up. Dolphins are smart. Learn English like Jesus did. For the record, I would never eat a dolphin because I don't like fish. And I know I'll get tweets where people will say dolphins are mammals, and those are the people I block. Because that's how I deal with criticism.
Kids are much more supervised now, but also they have a lot of rights. Like, that's the biggest civil rights increase I've seen in my lifetime. The rights of children have gone through the roof. I had no rights when I was a little kid. I remember one time I walked into a supermarket by myself. I walked in through the double doors, and the woman behind the register just looked at me and she went, "No!" And I went, "All right," and I turned around and left. That's how broken I was. And there weren't special things for kids the way they are now. Like, we would just go see movies, any movie. Like Back to the Future. That was a movie like everyone could see, kids could kind of see it. Great movie, right? I rewatched it recently. It's a very weird movie. Marty McFly is a 17-year-old high school student whose best friend is a disgraced nuclear physicist. And I shit you not, they never explain how they became friends. They never explain it. There's not even in a lazy way, like, "Hey, remember when we met in the science building?" Like, they don't even do that. And we were all fine with it. We were just like, "What? Who's his best friend?" "A disgraced nuclear physicist." "All right, proceed." What a strange movie to sell to be a family movie. Two guys had to go in and do that. They had to be like, "Okay, we got an idea for the next big family action comedy. All right, it's about a guy named Marty, and he's very lazy. He's always sleeping late. Okay, is he cool like Ferris Bueller? No. But he does have this best friend who's, you know, a disgraced nuclear physicist." I'm confused here. This best friend, this is another student, or, oh, no. No, this guy's either like 40 or 80. Like, even we don't know how old this guy's supposed to be. But one day, the boy and the scientist, they go back in time and they build a time machine. Whoa! Okay, I think I see where you're going here. They build a time machine and they go back in time and they stop the Kennedy assassination. Ah. Oh, wow, that's a really good idea. I mean, we didn't even think of that. All right, well, what do they do with the time machine? Well, now I'm embarrassed to say. All right. We thought it would be funny, you know, if the boy, if he went back in time and, you know, he tried to fuck his mom. I don't know. We thought that'd be fun for people. But no, good point. No, he doesn't get to. But because this family friend named Biff, he comes in and he tries to rape the mom in front of the son. The dad's gotta beat the rapist off of her. And also we're gonna imply that a white man wrote Johnny Be Good, so we're gonna take that away from him. Well, this is the best movie idea I have ever heard in my life. We're gonna make 3 of them. Now, you say they go to the past. How about we call it Back to the Past? No. A Back to the Future. Right, but they go to the past. Yeah.
Don't miss the final days of end-of-season deals during the Truckload event at Lowe's. Right now, save on major appliances and get an additional 10% off in-store clearance appliances. Plus, take up to 25% off select storage totes like the Project Source Commander tote. Just $11.98 was $15.98. Find big savings now. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/9. Exclusions apply while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details.
The Langley Federal Credit Union Concert Series presents Who's Bad? The Ultimate Michael Jackson Experience, coming to the Sandler Center in Virginia Beach on August 26th at 8 p.m. Who's Bad? A power-packed tribute to Michael Jackson, has ignited crowds on every continent and can only be described as a jaw-dropping musical must-see. Come celebrate Michael Jackson's 65th birthday with Who's Bad at the Sandler Center. Tickets are on sale now at the Sandler Center box office and Ticketmaster.com.
How many times did I tell you I'm no good at being alone? Yeah, it's taking a toll on me, trying my best to keep from tearing.
Hey, it's Teddy Swims and my new song Lose Control is out. Listen on Spotify now.
I love being a comedian. I really love it, man. I appreciate you guys coming out because it allows me to do that. And this is what oh, thanks a lot, you guys. That's nice. It's really nice. This year, one thing I started doing for the first time was I actually started playing guitar. I learned how to play the guitar, and I'm gonna just play something for you right now. I'm a big fan of music. So like when I'm driving on road trips and stuff, I'll always listen to the radio, and I'll listen to Christian rock by mistake. Because it always starts out as like a Bon Jovi ballad, you know? It'll be like, I woke up in the morning and I got myself some oatmeal and I put some raisins on it and Christ is God, Christ is God, 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 God. And I'm like, what about the oatmeal? I thought this was the oatmeal song. I feel like every religion should have their own rock and roll, you know? Like there should be Jewish rock, like I woke up in the morning and I got myself some lox and bagels and I put some cream cheese on them and Christ isn't God. He's just not God. He's a really nice guy, but don't get carried away. Or like atheist rock, like I woke up in the morning and I got myself a whole box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, 'cause I just don't care anymore, and there is no God. Sorry about that. Your grandma's in the ground and her soul's staying there. Oh man, that is some dark-ass atheist rock. I wonder what DC would be. What would, I guess agnostic rock? Like I woke up in the morning and I got myself some organic wheat puffs and I put some soy milk on them and there might be a God. There's really no way to know. He might be a fish or he might be a spoon. Oh man, that's a great point, Mike. Thanks, Mike. All I wanted was a song about oatmeal. I love that. Oh, thanks. That was a awkward, we're not sure whether to clap moment. I'm not sure either.
Also, I want to tell you guys, I live in New York City. It's a fun place. I live in like a very kind of family-oriented neighborhood. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's a popular trend now. People like to have a family and they'll buy a minivan, right? Then they buy these like little decals, these stick figures, to represent the members of the family, and they put them on the back window of the SUV, right? The dog. That's right, yeah. It's kind of odd to me. It's almost like they're advertising, like, don't crash, because this is what you'll be hurting if you... Or they're bragging, I don't know. Anyway, I'm walking down the street in my neighborhood. I see a minivan. It's parked. It has just the dad sticker on it. Oh my God, someone murdered their whole family. They're giving us a clue. Could have been something positive. Maybe it was just like a single guy who was really optimistic and just bought a family starter pack, you know? Like a crappy minivan and like a dad sticker, like, it'll happen one day. It could have been a divorce, that'd be sad. If it was a divorce, that means someone went to the trouble to go out to the minivan and scrape the rest of the family off. Yeah, we're taking the stickers too, dickhead.
worst days of my life. My brother and I played football in high school, right? And at the end of the season, well, that's right, guys, I played football. Check it out. Yeah, you like that? I was 5'7", 150. Pretty much unstoppable, you know what I mean? And at the end of the season, they give out the awards to all the players. He got all the awards. He was captain of the football team. I wasn't. He was MVP. Broke the rushing record as a running back. Got all conference. You know what I got? I got a cute little certificate. A piece of paper. It said honorable mention. You guys are familiar with that? That's, you know what that means? Basically means nice try, Rudy. That's what that should say on it. Good hustle. Good hustle, loser. Find your friend Lucas and play with bugs, okay? Because you're a nerd. You guys see the movie Lucas? It's from the 80s. This is a long time ago. So let's focus. We're walking out. My brother's got all these trophies and awards. I've got this stupid piece of bark with calligraphy on it, just feeling worthless. The tension's thick. My stepmom was trying to make me feel better. She's like, wow, Chell, that's great. We should have that framed. I'm like, yeah, that's a great idea, Wendy. We'll frame that. We'll put my wall here of all my failures and shortcomings in life. It'll be great. Yeah. Put it next to that one. What does that one say? DUI. Yeah, that was a good one. Shelly Blue 2.6. It's not good to do that, you guys. That's not good. It's bad. What about this? 890. What's that? That's your combined SAT score. That's bad. It's a really bad score. Do you guys even take SATs anymore? It's ACTs, isn't it? ACTs? What's a good score for the ACTs? Okay, I got 23. That's not good either. Here's what I always say. Oh, ever talk to someone that takes this test like that? I'm like, I would always say, oh, I don't score well on a standardized test. That's just not my thing. I don't score well on a standardized. It's like, it's such a cop out. I was like, really? Well, is it the number 2 pencil or the bubbles that disrupt your linear thought patterns? You're a dummy.
This is cool. It's good. I'm having a good day. Talked to my family today, which is nice. I love my family. I have parents. They're wonderful. They are. I love my parents very much. Although I think it's your parents' job, right, to psychologically damage you. Right? It's their job just enough to make themselves laugh. Right? That's a parent's job, right? Like we grew up in a bad neighborhood. We had wrought iron bars on the windows. And my mom was putting me to bed one night when I was a kid. And she goes, don't you worry. Those bars will keep out all the bad people. Well, except the skinny man. Good night. Who's the skinny man? I've been terrified of thin people ever since. They're so light. They get in and out of areas other people can't. Like, oh, where did you come from? Under the baseboard like a rat. I had kind of a weird childhood, I think. You ever look back on your childhood and think things were like weird? Like not weird, but I'll tell you guys this. For 15 years of my life, I believed that I was allergic to apples. Totally serious, because one time when we were kids, my sister dared me to eat 6 Granny Smith apples as fast as I could. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, apples are really high in fiber. I'm not allergic to apples. You're just not supposed to shove 6 apples in your fat kid face in 2 minutes while you poop your pants. You'll sully your bloomers. You'll soil your Oshkosh bagashas. That's my message here tonight, you guys. An apple a day, but just one. That's all you need.
I would do anything for my wife, but I'm not a romantic person. I wish I was. There are moments when it's glaringly obvious. I get to travel so much doing stand-up. I did a show in Cologne, Germany, and before the show, I was walking over this bridge that went across the Rhine River, and as I walked across, I noticed there were hundreds of locks on this bridge, and each of the locks had 2 initials, and it was apparent that couples had put their lock there as a symbol of their relationship. And I looked at it and I thought, that's perfect. Nothing captures love like a rusty padlock dangling over filthy water. But it was was visually spectacular, and it affected me. I'm almost embarrassed to admit this. I found myself spending the next hour just kind of looking for a hardware store in this town I had never been in. I spent an hour looking, and eventually I found a hardware store. I went in, and I bought a bolt cutter. And I went back, and I started snipping off the locks. And with each snip, I said, it's over. Over. You're free. And people were giving me dirty looks. Now, what a grand romantic gesture, right? But you know the first guy who did that was a psycho. Like, his partner or girlfriend was not a willing participant. He was like, you're probably wondering why I brought you to the middle of the bridge. In March, I'm gonna do something you'll never ever forget. She was like, oh my gosh, are you gonna jump? No, I wanna put this lock here. I'll put it here as a symbol of our love. And soon others will do it. And the bridge will be covered with locks. But you'll know that the first lock was a symbol of our love. And the woman was like, is that my bike lock? Not anymore. Jim, that's a sad story.
When the toilet's overflowing, open the front door. When the dishwasher's dripping, open the front door. When the dryer isn't drying, open the front door. Front Door is the new one-stop app for home repair and maintenance. Now you can video chat with home repair experts in real time, diagnose the problem, and sometimes even fix it yourself. Ready to cross things off your to-do list? All you need to do is open the front door. Download now and get a free video chat.
But politicians have a lot to deal with these days, man. It's a different world. You know who I feel bad for? Arab Americans who truly want to get into crop dusting. Could be their lifelong dream. And every time they ask for a pamphlet, all hell breaks loose. I'd like some information on crop dusting, and let me guess, you need to make a phone call. I've been through the rigmarole. I like watching the news. I love the commercials for the local news. You'll hear things like, a news anchor you can trust. What the hell is there not to trust? What is he gonna lie to you? There's a big fire downtown. Maybe. I don't know if I trust this guy. I don't know. There's something about him. I can't put my finger upon it. Something not right. Another one you'll hear. A news team that cares. They don't care on the other channel? Like you click over there, a major highway is closed down tonight, but hey, I don't drive home that way. Oh, turn it back to the team that cares. These two are surly. I've had it with their uncaring ways. You know what I saw on the news, and I'm not making this up at all. There's a United States spy named Brian Regan. Brian Regan, same spelling. It's unbelievable. And when that trial started, he's in jail for the rest of his life for espionage, for selling secrets to Libya and Iraq. And when that trial started, I knew nothing about that guy. I had the news on in the background, and I'm not really paying attention. I'm doing a crossword puzzle, and I hear, it's unclear whether the charges against Brian Regan will lead to his execution. Guess I can set this down here. Honey, did we pay that park?